Morning, Satnam.
Good morning.
Welcome to session number 7. Only 14 to go after today. 1/3 of the way there, almost. We'll just give it a couple more minutes for people to align themselves with the time. So as we start every Saturday morning, we'll start with yoga. So make sure you have space to do that. So just set yourselves in a meditative state. Let your breath be long and light. We'll get a few more people in here. All right, let's just get tuned in. Chris, you want to lead us and then move on to the yoga?
Good morning, everybody. We're gonna tune in. Sit comfortable. Relax your back. Relax your shoulders. And then close your eyes. Connecting with your breathing, connecting with your space. Connecting with your body, your mind. Start inhaling deep through the nose. Hold the breath. Slowly exhale. Inhaling deep. Hold. Slowly exhale. Inhaling deep and hold. Slowly exhale. Moving the hand to the heart center. Pressing the palm to each other. Inhaling deep and hold. Elongate the spine. Slowly exhale. Inhale deep. Hold, suspend. Slowly exhale. Inhale deep for 20. Om. Inhale deep. Exhale. Inhale. At Kure Name, Jugat Kure Name, Sat Kure Name, Sri Guru Deve Name. At Kure Name, Jugat Kure Name, Sat Kure Name, Sri Guru Deve Name. At Kure Name, Jugat Kure Name, Sat Kure Name, Sri Guru Deve Name. Inhale deep and hold the breath. Eyes to the thyroid point, elongate the spine. Squish the mula bandha, squish, squish. Slowly exhale, relax the arm down. Beautiful. All right. So good news. My wife told me that today we are moving out of the Mercury retrograde, so we have green light. Now today we're gonna work in the Surya Kriya. It's a Kriya for connecting with the sun energy and the masculine energy. We're gonna start with our hands and knees. We're gonna go for we're gonna start the warming up. So hands and knees, cat and cow. Inhaling head up. Exhaling round. Close your eyes and then go in your own rhythm. Inhaling up. Exhale. Connect with your body and feel the movement in the body. Inhaling up. Exhale, head down, round your head. So you feel the spine get a little warmer when maybe you start a little bit more rhythmic, doing a little bit more heavy breathing through the nose and then have a little rhythm. So the sun energy that we're working today, masculine energy, straight lines, focus, intellectual energy, to feel energized, to feel optimistic, and we have energy to accomplish, and then start moving. Inhaling head up, hold the breath, exhaling round, inhaling go to the center, and move your body back, child pose. And then you move to the front, and then go back to your sitting posture. This time, I'm going to straight the leg all the way to the front. And we're going to open the leg, wide open. Hands are going to be up, both hands parallel up. Inhale and exhale. Go to your left side. And grab whatever is available. Maybe the knee, maybe the chin, maybe the toes. Inhale up and exhale. Go to the right. And then and down. Up and down. Be gentle with your legs. Don't stretch too much your inner side. We are just warming up. Up. Synchronize the movement with the breathing and make a little flow. You will move energy to one side and then go to the other side. Inhale, center. Hold the breath. And slowly exhale, fold forward. Whatever is the position you have in the front, just stay there for a second. Couple of breaths. Slowly recover, come back to your easy posture. One more exercise, hand on the shoulder, inhaling in the left and exhaling in the right. Inhaling left, exhale right. Head follow the torso. Keep going. Inhale center. Hold the breath. And exhale, relax the muscle. So the first exercise of the Kriya is pranayama exercise. So we're gonna work only on the right side of the nostril. So the right hand is gonna be on Jam Mudra and gonna be in your lap. With the left hand, you're gonna cover your left nostril. All the other fingers are pointing up. You're gonna close your eyes, and then you're gonna start inhaling and exhaling deeply and slowly, only through your right side. The spine is straight. Eyes gaze into the thyroid point. Mula bandha is slightly engaged. This exercise helps us to have mental focus. Inhale deep. Hold the breath. Slowly exhale, relax. And we're gonna move to our heels. We're gonna sit in our heel. We're gonna do our Sat Kriya. So seeing the heels, I like to have a little pillow between the heels and the buttock, but it's up to you. In the hand together and the index finger pointing up. Your arms are close to your ears, arm straight. And you point your fingers up. So when I use the mantra Sat Nam, every time that you do the Sat, you pull the navel in, Nam, exhale. Sat, Nam. We're gonna do 2 rounds. Starting now. Sat, Nam. Sat, Nam. Sat, Nam. Eyes pointing up. Sat, Nam. Sat, Nam. Sat, Nam. Sat, Nam. Sat, Nam. Inhale deep. Hold. And slowly exhale, hand down. Take a moment here to rest. We're gonna do a second round, but take a moment here to feel. It is if it is uncomfortable in this position, you always can go to your cross-leg position. All right, prepare for the second round. Hands together, index pointing up. And then we start. Sat, no, 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 sat, no. Focus in the neck. Sat, no, 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 no, sat, 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 no. Eyes pointing up. Sat, no, 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 sat, sat, no, 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 sat, no. In a deep, hold the breath, straight the arms, eyes pointing up, navel in, squeeze the mula bandha, move the energy, up, 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 squeeze. Slowly exhale, slowly move their arm down. Slowly relax the position, move the leg straight for a second, give a little shake. All right, give a little shake to the leg. And then go back to your easy sitting posture. We're gonna grab the leg in the front, and then we're gonna do our camel right. Inhaling, chest forward, exhale, inhale, exhale. simple exercise, but it's very powerful and help us to have the spine lubricated. And then this is our major energy channel. So it's the more lubricated, warm, and open, the more energy that we can move through the spine. Close your eyes. You always can include the mantra Sat Nam. When it's Sat when you inhale, Nam when you exhale. That helps us to have like a mental focus, and they have, we move through the exercise, but focusing in the present, focusing in what we are doing. It's a good tool to include the Sat Nam in the exercise. Very good. One more minute. Powerful breathing. Inhaling deep in the center. Hold the breath. Questa Mula Bandha. Suspend, suspend. Slowly exhale, relax the posture. Now we're going to transition now to our frog posture. So we're going to do some frog. So remember, we are connecting the heels together. Hands are going to be like the spiders in the front. You're going to inhale, move the hip up, exhale down. You close your eyes, inhale up, exhale down. This is ideally the position. Any variation that you have to find, you can find, perfect. So we're going to do 26. Up and down, up, down. Right. Inhaling when you move the hip up. Inhaling when you move the hip up. Exhaling when you move the hip down. All right, 26. When you finish the 26, straight the leg and then fall forward. Let's bring some fresh blood to our brain. All right. Long deep breathing. All right. And now slowly start transitioning down. And again, we're gonna go to our heels again. We're gonna sit in our heels like we did in Satriya. But this time we're gonna have the hands relaxed in the left. And then we're gonna just turn the head to the left and then inhale. And then turn the head to the right, exhale. Inhaling, exhaling through the nose. It's a conscious movement. We're lubricating the neck. Open the throat chakra. Stimulating thyroid and parathyroid. Use the mantra Sat Nam. We can we can use it the same kind of rhythm that we use for the Sat Kriya. So it's like a Sat in mentally, no? Sat Na. It's a gentle movement, but it's a conscious movement. And powerful breathing through the nose. We have 1 more minute. Inhaling deep in the center. Hold the breath, suspend, squish everything in the body. Slowly exhale and relax the posture, relax the legs. Again, give a little shake to the leg. Straight the leg in the front and then give a little shake, shake the leg. All right, we have 2 more postures. We're gonna go now to our sitting position, sitting cross leg. And we're gonna grab the shoulder, right? This time the movement, instead of going like a rotation, is gonna be sideways. So you're gonna move inhaling left, exhaling right. Inhaling left, exhaling right. Perfect, yes. Inhaling left, exhaling right. Close your eyes pointing up. Powerful breathing through the nose. Feel the stretching, the movement on your back, how now we're moving the spine in a different direction. Feel like a pendulum, one side on the other side. Have 1 more minute. This exercise distribute the energy through the whole body and also recharge our magnetic field. This is for flexing the spine, also in different direction. All right. Inhale center. Hold the breath. Move the shoulders a little bit to the back. Open the chest. Open the heart center. Hold. Squish the mula bandha. Eyes up. Squish. Exhale. Relax the arm down. Take a moment here. Feel the energy circulating through the body. Inhaling deep. Exhale, relax. Now the last posture in meditative state, we're gonna do Jan Mudra. Index and thumb together. You're gonna place it on your lap. You're gonna close your eyes. And then you're gonna do long deep breathing. But very conscious. You're gonna feel the inhalation and the exhalation. And then try to go deeper into your breathing and focusing in your breathing. Eyes gazing to your third point. And just observe. You can use the mantra Sat Nam, the same when you do a slow inhalation, Sat, and then a slow exhalation, Nam. Super focus. Focusing in the breath. We're gonna have thoughts coming in. Gonna be a small distraction, but don't fight the thought. Just acknowledge the thought, let it go, and come back to the breathing. Come back to your focus. We have 90 more seconds. Try to go deeper. Inhale deep. Hold the breath. And slowly exhale. Take a moment here to feel, to observe, to allow. All right. Relax the posture. Very good. Move the body a little bit. Move the hands a little bit. Move, move, move. Very good. I want to prepare to, we're going to move now to our meditation. The meditation that we're going to do is it's called Gampati Kriya meditation. It's a beautiful meditation. Is a similar way that we did with the Satanama before, when we were like moving using the different fingers and different planet on the hands. We're gonna do the similar way. We're gonna do it with a different mantra. It's gonna be sa, starting with the index finger. It's gonna be sa, ta, na, ma, and then we're gonna do ra, ma, da, sa, and then sa, se, so, hong. So it's three mantras. Sa, ta, na, ma, ra, ma, da, sa, se, so, hong. Okay. You're gonna place in in the index and middle and index and thumb together, Jamudra. You're gonna be in your lap, relax, and then you're gonna start with the mantra. Sa, ta, na, ma, ra, ma, da, sa, se, so, hong. So you're gonna use the mantra loud. You're gonna pronounce the syllable. Okay. Sa, ta, na, ma. We're gonna use the power of the vibration of our own voice. Sa, ta, na, ma, ra, ma, da, sa, se, so, hong. Ra, sa, ta, na, ma, ra, ma, da, sa, se, so, hong. Sa, ta, na, ma, ra, ma, da, sa, se, so, hong. You keep going. Okay, each repetition is a complete breath. So you inhale and then do the sa, ta, na, ma, ra, ma, da, sa, se, so, hong, and then you inhale again. Sa, ta, na, ma, ra, ma, da, sa, se, so, hong. Use the mantra. Sa, ta, na, ma, ra, ma, da, sa, sa, se, so, hum. Sa, ta, na, ma, ra, ma, da, sa, se, so, hum. Right, we are halfway. Use the mantra. The mantra is our tool. Use the mantra to focus and go deeper. Focus on your third eye point. We have last 5 minutes of the meditation. Take the juice of the meditation. Go deeper, go subtle. All right, very good. Inhale deep. Hold the breath, shaking the body. Move the arm. You can straight the leg and move. Move the body. Move the body. Everything, both direction. Twist, twist, twist. Move the body. Move the body. Exhale. Inhale deep. And then shake again. Shake again. Shake again. Shake, 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 shake. Exhale. Inhale. Shake, 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 shake the leg, shake, shake, shake. Exhale. One last time. Inhale. And then shake, 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 shake. Move the body, move the body, move the body, move the body, move all the energy. Exhale. Now we're gonna come back to our meditative state. Jam mudra on your lap. And then 3 minutes, you're gonna just feel, just observe, just be present. 3 minutes. Still, like a rock. This time we're gonna focus the eyes to the tip of the nose. and don't move. Inhale deep. Exhale, relax the posture.
Okay, so this meditation is to clear the blocks from your own karma. Each of us has three areas of life to conquer. The past, which is recorded in our samskaras, and which brings us to the challenge and blessings of fate, are balanced by these sounds. The present, which must be mastered by karma yoga, the practice of action with integrity in the moment, and the future, recorded in the ethers, and which is best and most fulfilled, is called dharma. This kriya allows you to let go of the attachments to the mind and to the impact of past actions, so you can create and live a fulfilled life. A very powerful meditation. Thank you all for participating and enjoying it. Hopefully you enjoyed it. So we're going to take a bio break now, 12 minutes exactly, coming back. So the next session starts at 20 minutes to the hour or 40 minutes after the hour. This particular meditation is called Gunpati Meditation Kriya. It's on page 85 of the new manual. So we'll put it in the chat as well. So we'll see you back here in 11 minutes now. Thank you all. Satnam.
Satnam. Let's see here.
Is everybody back? Please let us know. Lutz and Stavrula, are you back? You can let us know in the chat just so we know you're here. Let's just tune in real quick. Adgarename, Jugadgarename, Sadgarename, Siddhigurudevaname, Adgarename, Jugadgarename, Sadgarename, Siddhigurudevaname, Adgarename, Jugadgarename, Sadgarename, Siddhigurudevaname. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Yoga is done for a little while. Meditation, that was pretty powerful meditation, right? Yeah, that's a special one.
What
It's nice.
meditation did you do?
Gunpati.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, it's nice when you can do like a whole 31-minute meditation and really get down into the weeds with that. It's really sweet. So I'm glad you guys could have that experience. It's a very powerful meditation. So Sadhari and Haridas are gonna work on the next couple hours with you. At least that's what's in the schedule.
Yeah, we're just gonna start with a little bit of check-in
Okay.
now, unless you already did that.
Nope.
No.
Haven't done any check-in.
How's everybody doing? Thumbs up? Okay. Anybody have anything that they'd like to share? No? You have had a great 2 weeks of studying? How's your
They're all elevated souls and we can stop now?
How's the meditation? Well, welcome, Haridas.
Satnam, welcome everyone. Thank you for being here. Just looking at your shiny faces. How are you all? Baldev, quick check-in. How are you?
I'm good. I'm good. Things are going well for me. Life is good. Yeah. Got out to
Excellent.
shovel snow this morning. That was very blissful. And yeah, things are good.
Excellent. Thank you. And Amber?
I'm doing well. My practice is going well. I'm still kind of like coming off of that meditation. It was very powerful and I had some like emotional releases. So
Good. Good. Okay, keep going. Thank you, Amber. Emmanuel?
Yeah, things are good. That meditation was quite nice. I could feel it vibrating through my teeth. Yeah, that's it.
And Bethany?
Hi, Satnam. I should be on a plane to Mexico right now, but I woke up feeling not 100%. I have a really sensitive stomach and I get mild food poisoning all the time. So I'm here today. I won't be here tomorrow. So I'm feeling a little discombobulated, but always so happy to see your faces. And I'm also loving the daily morning practice.
Good. Thank you. Thank you, Bethany. We are happy to have you whenever you can join us. So just know whatever day that is, you're always welcome. Thank you. And Julia, then Gaziza.
hi, welcome to everyone. That was really a really nice meditation. It was multifaceted in my opinion. And
Yeah, I'm doing well. My life is very busy, so I am focusing on making integration flow as well as possible, and not being too like having some softness with myself, but still trying to do all the work tasks. So it's a practice.
Very good. Julia, this is fantastic, right? Like what you're really talking about is changing a long time pattern. You're able to slowly chip at it. Like it may not have been so obvious in the beginning, but now you're becoming more aware of it. And just the awareness part alone is good. But now you're adding more power to it, you know, like you're really moving that horse rein to go, like, I want you to go this way instead of going that way all the time. Thank you. Very good progress. Very good progress. And Gaziza, then Lynn.
But now everybody, yeah, I missed last classes because I moved to Colombia. So I've been in a city called Cartagena, it's the Caribbean coast. And I stayed 3 weeks there. And now I just moved to Medellin. So exploring new area. And during my movement, I was able to observe myself and using the knowledges, I get from the level 2, like how to detach. Because when I was moving from Mexico to Colombia, I felt like I already attached to the things which even doesn't belong to me. So it was like just packing my suitcase to trying to squeeze all my stuff to one suitcase. It was a moment of detachment of everything which I already attached for 1 year in Mexico. So then I think it's the way, the path when I'm learning to detach easily and going to the state of non-attachment. So maybe it's a process. First need to learn the detachment and then go and being in a state of non-attachment. So probably this is the way I can observe. And today meditation, I didn't know that it was 31 minutes. For me, it was like, I don't know, 11 minutes. That was my perception. And indeed, it was a healing process. And as Baldev mentioned, that it's healing the karma, especially the past karma, I think. Now I'm staying in Medellin, and it's a beautiful city, beautiful people. So, and yesterday I went to museum. It's called the Museum of the Memory, which brings the history of Colombia, of this department of Colombia called Antioquia, last 70 years. And they're bringing the history of this armed, the conflicts it was armed conflicts, so many victims, so much pain. And they allowed all the groups, because it was a different group of the people who was in a conflict, they give a voice to all the groups, saying that every group has its own truth, and it's no solution to be in armed conflict, and need to find a way how to all of them can live it. It's the same, like it resonates with learn in our level 2 knowledge, is saying about that we have a truth, like a personal truth, and circumstantial truth, and a universal truth. And when all these groups trying to find this universal truth, and they're giving the voice for the people who was a victim and who was a pain givers. All them have the voice in this museum. So it was very powerful, actually. So it's touched my heart, and and then it's in museum and mentioned that it's time for reflection. Indeed, I was in a way like reflecting, and I think every nation, every country should have this museum, because every country has this. Because in my country we have, in our story we don't have a conflict, it's armed conflict, but we have another things which is not spoken yet, but people have this in them. And my family, myself, we have this because we born from the people who went through all this tragedy. So they're keeping this pain, and it's a time to release it, to stop it. So, and I think it's, usually I like to go to museums, which is like art museum, the historical museum. But there is a distance between this museum. There was not touching. It was just nice, yeah, to know this, all the historical artifacts. Like the things happened like a few centuries ago. But this is so recent. The people who was in the museum was speaking about the brave, so strong to come up and to say on video how they go through all these conflicts. So it was so touching, and it was so authentic emotions and feelings still live. So, and just today when I was doing Kriya, for me, yesterday I was thinking that what the truth is, and today we did a Kriya, and every time I was chanting Sat Nam, I was just crying because it was a time of release, what the truth is. So just, I didn't do like breathing properly, actually. Maybe the movement wasn't proper, I don't know. I was just chanting Sat Nam. It was time for release, and it was clear, and meditation was exactly perfect for my situation today. Sat Nam.
Thank you, Gaziza. Thank you very much for sharing. You know, you've been with us for a while now, finishing your level 2s and repeating level 1 because you took a level 1 with a non-KRI trainer. And I've seen you grow and I've seen you experience so much in life, but what you're really describing to me today is a part of you that is opening up, a part of you that is melting, the part of you that was so hard, so just go, 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 you're so Russian way. And now, wow, you can see how other countries, through their museum, like what an incredible museum, to present a space of healing, a space of being authentic and sharing voices and sharing different layers of truth. And, you know, where you are in your practice is what you're able to perceive in the outside world. So it's not outside of you, it's what is resonating inside, right? So just, I'm so grateful that you're in this place and you're with your daughter and, you know, all these other parts of you that are coming alive right now. Stay, you know, like just stay and breathe into this space. You crying in a Kriya, not uncommon, by the way. You know, everyone, if you haven't tapped into, there's going to be a time in some of the Kriyas, some of the meditations where you don't even know what you tapped into. You're just, maybe you cry, maybe you laugh, maybe you're like, this is such an uncomfortable feeling, or wow, there's something here. I got to go back and do this Kriya or this meditation again. There are frequencies in that Kriya. That's why I always, you know, tell all the students that train with us, please teach it as accurately as possible, because any kind of minor adjustments, adjustment of time, oh yeah, oh, I'm not gonna say that word because I can't really say it, you know, things like that. Like, be mindful, because each of the Kriyas, each of the meditation, they are at a certain frequency. You are tapping into that frequency of consciousness. So maybe at first you try to teach it, like, I don't know why I can't teach this. This is so hard. I keep repeating it, but I keep messing it up, right? It's playing with your mind. It's playing with your brain. So just keep at it, keep trying, because there is a certain frequency when you're accurate, it's going to come through. And what Gaziza is talking about, we haven't been able to touch with her in all 5 of the level 2s. But her stepping into this museum one day cracks open her heart. You know what I'm saying? Like, you never know what it's going to take, because you don't even know what you yourself need. But when you're open in your life and you go to certain places and certain things, it's going to touch your heart. And those tears may be tears of pain, Gaziza, or tears of grace. You know, like, it's so beautiful, you're going to cry. Not it's so painful, I'm going to cry, but, oh, I wish I had this in my life. I wish I had this in my family. I wish I, you know, on and on. So it's an inspiration. Thank you for sharing, Gaziza. And Lynn, please.
Satnam. I've had an interesting couple of weeks. I've had fun with my own mind. You know, it's going, you know, you don't really want to get up, or you don't, and it's like, okay, no, you know, we need to go push through this, push through this. And so it's been good that way as far as my morning practice, other than the dialogue going on. I was like, because the meditation, I thought it was maybe 11 minutes. I was surprised, pleasantly surprised that it was 31. It's a meditation I've never done before, so that's always a treat. And yeah, I'm good. I'm happy to see everybody, and yeah, I'm just in here with both feet, you know.
That's the way
Yeah.
to do it. Thank you, Lynn. Both feet.
Yeah.
That's beautiful, because you're saying you're going to show up. Like, no matter what's going to happen, I'm going to sit right here. I'm going to show up. Very good. Thank you. And Rizwana, and then Luz and Stavrula, please. Go ahead, Rizwana.
Satnam, everyone. I'm good. I'm feeling great. And about the meditation. So when Chris said we're halfway there, I was like, yes, there's more of this sweetness, you know, even though I was feeling this discomfort in my feet and my lower back, because I do have an old injury in my lower back. So sitting in certain positions at times triggers that pain. But I was like, just reminding myself, and kept going back to my breath and the mantra. And I connected very well with the mantra, because there's a meditation I did with Ramadasa Sase Sohang, a healing meditation, which helped me a lot. And it's actually one of my favorite meditations. So even though the meditation was long, I was just really enjoying each and every moment of being present and enjoying the sweetness, that even when Baldev said, take a 10-minute break for a moment, I just sat and I just just hugged myself and said, let this sink in. And yeah, so I'm good. Satnam.
Thank you, Rizwana, for coming back on your second weekend. So good to see you. Technically first weekend, but I'm glad you're here the whole time. Excellent. Thank you. Now, Luz, are you there? Luz or Stavrula?
Hello.
Hi, Luz.
Hi.
How are you? What's happening?
I'm good. Thanks. Shining.
Good. Good. So I just like to remind everyone that we love to see your faces, especially when we're lecturing. Okay, so if it's okay, Luz, I don't know if it's your phone or if you can somehow secure your location, that would be great. Okay. Like leave your
What do you say? You want to secure the location?
I want you to secure your phone so we can see your face on video, if that's possible. Yeah.
Okay.
Okay. And don't worry, it's not about looks. It's about how we can broadcast and beam to you. Okay. And it's okay, anyone, if you're ever tired, just go lay down. Just turn on your camera, but go lay down so we can see your faces, even though it's like sideways. Okay. Just like if you're tired, you're just like, Harita, say I'm watching class. Yeah, it's okay. It's okay. It might get that way after these long meditations and such. Very good. Thank you. Oh, and Stavrula, are you there? Oh, Stavrula's not here. Okay, and Sarhari, how are you doing?
Satnam. Yes, I'm here, and it's Saturday.
Yes, very matter of fact. That's right, Sarhari. It is Saturday.
Yes, I'm doing well. Got a lot done this last couple of weeks, so I'm feeling good and refreshed today, and rearrange things around here. So hopefully my office space is going to be more conducive to this weekend's training. And you're not going to see the door opening because of the cats busting in as they run through the room. So
yes, thank you. I love how we're all fine tuning in our own spaces, you know, like how we can all do things better. I'm glad we're having that moment of reflection. Thank you, Sarhari. Okay.
Before you get started, Haridas, I just have a question.
Yes, please, Balde.
I need a show of hands of who did cold showers the last 2 weeks. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. That's a huge improvement over the last time. Fantastic. I'm so happy to see that. Now we just got a few more that have to get taken care of, but keep the challenge up. Keep challenging. You know, if it's only 15 seconds, it's 15 seconds, and 15 seconds can turn into 15 minutes. So it's all good.
I'm going to tell you a very inspiring story. Okay. This happened in a teacher training in New York in January, February, we started. And there was a chiropractor and this amazing doctor, but he wasn't in the course. His wife was. And then he noticed some changes, and all of a sudden he's hopped in the course because she's doing all this stuff he doesn't understand. And so he's curious. He hopped in on this training. And at the end, you know, we used to do trainings where it's 1 week on, 2 months off, 1 week on, 2 months off, right? So like 3 weeks in 6 months. So like we don't see people for a long time. And he came back the last week and we didn't recognize him. We did not recognize his face. We're like, who is that guy in class? I mean, I haven't seen him in like 2 months, you know? And he says, you know, out of all this training, I didn't like the Kriya. I didn't like the workouts. I didn't like the meditations. I have no idea what you guys are chanting, you know, like this old time New Yorker, right? And he says, but the one thing I walked away from is cold showers. So he didn't believe anything we did. Like, it wasn't about a belief. He just didn't want to practice. You know, he's like, whatever, go binde, mukha, whatever, right? He walked away from like, I don't want to chant. That's weird. But he started doing cold showers from 15 seconds. And you know, it's cold in New York, like it's snowing, right? That guy started cranking his cold showers to 15 minutes a day. He stayed in that water 15 minutes a day. His metabolism shot up. He lost so much weight. I think he lost like 45 pounds. Yeah, the guy was big. He was like a big 6'4", 250-pound guy. He just went like that. He just shrank in size, but he had so much more energy. He didn't become vegetarian. You know, like he didn't do any of that. Like, he still continued on his wine and meat and cheese and, you know, all that, whatever. That's fine. But he did say that 15-minute shower gave him so much energy and reduced his weight because he was a bit overweight, as he says. But more importantly, it gave him energy. And with all that energy, he started to direct his mind, right? So he wasn't chanting Sat and Nam on the inhale and the exhale of every exercise. He wasn't into any of that. But he did walk away with Ishnan. He did walk away with cold showers. So what I'm telling you is, cold showers is a mental game. Okay, so Gaziza's cold shower in Mexico is ridiculously hot, right? It is not snow, cold water in New York or Canada or anywhere else. It's just the idea of a cold shower. Because for me, I'm always looking for colder water because LA doesn't have cold water. It's ridiculous for us. So when I have cold water, I'm like, yeah, baby, turn my hands blue. Yeah, come on, come on, come on. Give me power. Come on, water, heal me, please, 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 heal me, heal me, heal me, right? Because I ask the elements for help. I say, please do your magic, right? And I put myself in the situation so that I can experience the water. So if you're having a tough time with cold showers, please just know it's a mental game. It's like saying, yes, I'm going to do it. It's just your word and commitment. Because once you commit to something, so what? That cold water is not going to kill you. In fact, it's going to give you life. It is. It is. It's going to wake you up and go, wow, that's a shocker. Right? And then what? Hopefully your mind is strong enough, and that's today's topic, that your mind is strong enough to attach to a mantra. And instead of going profanities, you know, like, I'm not going to say the words, right? But you're like, wah, 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 wah. Instead of, you know, going into that mode of just survival, Waheguru, Waheguru, Satnam, Satnam, Ekonkar, Satnam, like, you just go into some chant, because that chant will overlay the horrible existence you're having. So instead of being horrible, Waheguru, 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 wow, that is God. Wow, wow, wow. Right? So all day long, you're like, wow, wow, I see you everywhere. Amazing, amazing, amazing. So that's how you're going to change your tune. Yes, please, Gaziz. No, Rizwana.
So is it okay to chant Satnam while I'm in the shower trying to get into the cold water? It's okay?
You can chant anything you want, but the point is chant something so that you don't result to, you know, like devolve to the usual profanities, you know, because we're American, right? Like we say all kinds of F word, S words, A bombs, like we drop all kinds of things that are so unnecessary. There's no need. But in our culture, you know, we're Americans, we like to be cathartic and we we say things. But yeah, you can chant Satnam for everything. So Rizwana, you know, you're making food for your family. You're chopping onions. You're chopping vegetables. You wash your hands. Satnam, 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 Satnam. It becomes an internal audio track.
Yeah,
Right.
my question was related to, because you're in the bathroom or you're in the washroom, is that a place that you can chat and Ek Onkar or Satnam or any
Absolutely.
mantras?
Absolutely.
It's okay.
Why? Because every act you're doing is a holy act.
Okay.
Right?
Thank you.
So there's no place that God does not exist. Even in the dirtiest of the dirtiest, even in the poo-poo, God exists, right? Because even that is like, you're so grateful it came out. You know what I'm saying? Like, always look for the good in every situation. Even in the most dirty, there is a positive. There is a good, right? So obviously, don't hang holy pictures in the bathroom, understood? Like, I know everyone wants to make a Zen bathroom, but don't put Buddha in the bathroom. Okay, there's certain things like imagery you don't want in there. Put your pictures up of anything else, you know, ocean's nice, anything else but holy things. Holy things belong on your altar or in a space that can transform, like your living room. You just a frame picture of Buddha, whoever you want, of a high frequency, but definitely not toilets. Thank you, Rizwana, for bringing our attention to that. Okay, and inhale. Exhale. Cold showers, just do it. Just do it. Just do it. I'll just be like Nike, just do it. Okay, everybody just take your cold showers. It's gonna help you a lot. All right, Sadhati and I are going to tune in and teach our first segment this morning. My segment today, but Sadhati's around, so she'll be teaching you other things. Inhale, and set the heart center, let's tune in. And I want you to go to that space where you're breathing fully and deeply and relaxing your shoulders and just bringing yourself to being present for today and being open to the blessings and the teachings that are being presented. And in a way, in your soft devotional way, bow into that space. Bow into that openness of your mind that was creating the resistance. Just relax into that and go, okay, mind, we don't need to push this away. Let's just hear her out. You know, let's just listen for today. So become very receptive in the mind. Soften that mental boundary, especially those with the strong negative mind that likes to, you know, push things out. And inhale to tune in. Om Namo Namo. Om Namo Namo. Om Namo Namo. Inhale. Exhale. Adgure name, Jigadgure name, Satgure name, Sri Gurudeve name. Adgure name, Jigadgure name, Satgure name, Sri Gurudeve name. Adgure name, Jigadgure name, Satgure name, Sri Gurudeve name. Inhale and exhale. Last week we talked about how one thought, one blink of the eye creates 1,000 thoughts. Do you remember that? We talked about it in conjunction with the cycle of the intellect. When we blink from the crown chakra, electrical impulse happens, and we're downloading 1,000 thoughts, 1,000 thoughts, 1,000 thoughts per blink of the eye. When that subconscious becomes so full, it starts to press on your consciousness. And then you start to say things like, oh my God, did I say that out loud? Ooh, it slips into your reality. So things you've been obsessing over, things, these thoughts that keep repeating, eventually they pop in. And then you feel what? You feel what when you end up doing something you didn't want to do? Go ahead and type it in. What's that thing you feel? What happens when I used my example last week? I am powerless to chocolate cake. I said I wasn't going to touch it. How did it disappear? Right? I feel what? I feel regret. Okay, good. I feel impulsive. I feel like, oh, I couldn't control that part of me. I feel powerless. I feel what else? That this thing has power over me. So somehow I'm locked into it. Right? You can tell me about this and this, but don't talk about that because I'm totally going to flare up. I'm totally going to have a reaction to it. Right? Yeah, judgment. Very good, Julia. Very good. Pressure. So the point of yogis is that you are able to live with the polarities and be okay with it. That no matter what happens, I'm good. I'm good. It's okay. It's okay. It's not like it's okay, I'm accepting it and like I don't have judgment. That's not what we're saying. It's like I accept what's happening around me, but I'm not falling apart at the seams. You know, it's like I get it. It's like Aziza walking into that museum going, wow, there's a lot of conflict. I see both sides, but I'm still going to walk through the rest of this museum. I'm not going to stop here. Right? We don't fall apart. Yogis don't fall apart. We experience life fully. It doesn't mean we don't feel. We feel a lot, but we're not trapped by these feelings. Understood? Feel fully, please, by all means. Live fully, embrace life. Don't be afraid. Don't be afraid. Don't be scared. You don't have to limit yourself from things because you're afraid of it. Just be like, okay, I see what's going on. I accept both sides of things so that I can tap into my which mind, so that I can tap into my negative, positive, or neutral mind. You have 3 choices. What are you trying to tap into? Negative, positive, or neutral mind. Which one? You want to be able to see every situation as clearly as possible. And how do you see things clearly when you're so full of, what's the word we said last week? Pre-programming, preconditions. I like positive things only. I'll never say something negative about somebody else. Well, but what if you have to present something, but you don't want to say it negatively? So what do? You speak about it how? Right? How do we speak about something when it's so, because it's a spiritual world, we're spiritual beings, we're not trying to speak negativity, but what happens? You want to present something, you have to present it how? In which of the 3 minds? Negative, positive, or neutral? Yeah, okay, so Lynn, is it possible to speak about something negative in a neutral way? How do you do it? Lynn, go ahead, Mike.
Without choosing words that have a negative power behind them, but still presenting it for its truth. But in sort of a neutral way without words that are critical. Yeah, that's
Very
what I got.
Very good. Yes, this is true, because what happens if you don't choose words that are critical? It sounds like what, Lynn?
If you don't choose words that are critical,
that are critical and that are neutral, but you're describing something. It sounds like what?
It sounds neutral.
Yeah,
am I
if you're not
understanding?
neutral, if you're not neutral.
Oh,
the
if you're not
person-
neutral. Oh, okay, yeah, you're coming from the negative mind then with it.
Right, but when you speak it, your words and your choice of words is going to do what to the other person?
Well, you want to lift them up. You don't want to squash them. So your words are going to maybe, and that's a good question. Yeah.
Yes. Good, good. Okay, so this is the concept we're thinking about right now. Thank you, Emmanuel, for writing that. Your words would repel the other
Thank
person.
you.
Your words would sway or manipulate the other person's version of what's going to happen. So for instance, very simple example, Christmas parties. Remember, like holiday family gatherings, whatever the family gathering is. My example is, you invite people over. You don't necessarily like them, but you're family, right? And you've got an uncle that's a thief. He will steal your stuff. You got a wallet out, he's going to take the money from it. Let's just say this is a situation, right? You're the host. That person's coming to your house. What are you going to do? What do you tell your family to do when that person's about to come over? Go ahead and type it in. What is the action you are going to take because you know that person's going to come over? Yeah, thank you, Amber. That's smart. Put your stuff away, right? But how do you say it? You're going to say it how? If you said it neutrally, that's neutral. Put your stuff away. Hide your stuff, keep it home, keep an eye on the uncle, right? This is fact. This is not negativity, right? Now, how would you say it in a negative fashion? If you had somebody come visit, like another family member come over, but doesn't know this trait about that uncle, how would you describe it in such a negative way that they're like, whoa, okay. Yeah. So, But what you're saying here is not negative. Do you see that? What you're typing here is fact. This is not negative. What we're trying to get to is how you use your words to create your reality. This is what eventually I want you to do. I'm steering you towards the action of protect yourself. Don't be foolish. You know who that is, right? If we don't say things clearly, we end up gossiping. So how would you type it now that it sounds like negativity and gossip? There's a fine line between gossip and gathering intelligence. Okay, so Emmanuel's sentence is, he's a terrible person. He likes to steal things. So he wrote the word terrible, and that already sways you to, oh, that's no good, right? But without that word terrible, he likes to steal things. Don't leave your stuff around. That's not negative. That's fact, right? I'm trying to get you to get very clear with your mind and your choice of words. Because what Emmanuel just did is said one word. He just wrote one word, which is terrible. And that word terrible already tells you, like, ding, red flag. Pay attention to that. Yeah, thank you, Emmanuel, the tone of your voice. So I just want to share. Yeah, go ahead, Sadhari.
So something that you may want to keep in mind. So when we're talking about this, it's not just the words. So when I think of the negative mind and think this particular situation Haridas is describing, so it might show in my words possibly, but it may show in my facial expression of where I'm coming from, which that's all body language. So our neutral mind shows up that way too. It's kind of like, you know what I mean? It's like if we're telling you someone's stealing something, it's like, don't trust him. He's not, you know what I mean? Gonna steal something. So our facial expressions also are showing what mind we're coming from in many circumstances. So it's also something to think about, because sometimes it's real subtle if we're not being able to pick up what our thoughts are. So be careful about the eyes and the facial expression, because that gives it away. And that's also going to have impact on the people that you're talking to. That's going to sway them as well.
That's right, because some of your faces are very expressive and you can't really hide your expressions. Like we can see it very clearly. Hence, I'm always like, Luz, turn on your camera, right? Like we always have to see your faces and how you're perceiving things. So, you know, I'm asking you to really reflect on this situation, because we love to go into story. We love to tell people what's happening, but we tell them from our perspective. And when we tell a story from our perspective, what do you think you're talking about most of the time? Like, what is your perspective? Because you're trying to share your position. And if you're trying to share your position, most likely it's a position of, that was unfair, that was unjust, look how they did me wrong, look, I've been duped again, you know, crap, right? Like you're trying to relay a story. Nobody just talks about, it's such a beautiful day outside. Oh my God, everything's amazing. Like even your check-in, anyone that says it's positive, it ends there. You're like, okay, you're good, you're good, you're good. Okay, you're good, you're good. Okay, great, let's keep going. But as soon as somebody shares, it's because in this training, you're processing something, or you don't understand something, or this is hard for me, right? So you're always coming from, this is my perspective. I'm coming from this place. But when you think about your place and what you're trying to share, what is it? Are you sharing positivity? Or are you sharing negativity? Those are basically your two choices. Because if it's no big deal, you're not going to talk about it, right? So I had breakfast this morning. And so what? You know what I'm saying? And so what? Because this is a part of conscious communication, which is a level 2 we teach a lot, and it's coming up April. When you say something, I want you to think about this. When you say something, what is the action you're creating in the other person? What is the action? When you say something, what is the action you want the other person to take? If not, don't speak it. Because you're just filling up the room with air. You know, you're just like breathing in air and you're just talking, but there is no direction. What is the direction of your speech? Do we have a direction, or are we just relaying our own experience of being human? Right. So right before Baldev stepped out, he typed something to me that basically said, I'm going to step out, which tells me what? He's not going to be a part of this 2-hour segment. That's what it means. Right? Just because like Emmanuel just, you know, stepped out of the screen for a second. Did he type to me? He's stepping out? No, he's just doing his thing. Right? So are you that kind of person that you let everyone know what's going to happen before it happens? Baldev did that on purpose because there's already 2 trainers here and he doesn't need to be here at the moment. He's got something else to do. Understood. But just because he says I'm stepping out, I have to then do what? What do I have to do? I'm stepping out means what? He typed I'm stepping out, which means I am no longer in class. Don't call on me. Not my responsibility, right? He's handing over the baton. But just because you say to someone, I'm stepping out, it doesn't mean the communication is not complete. You understand? What does it mean? Lynn, give me something. You give me a face. Are you saying something, Lynn? Because your lips are moving.
I don't have anything to say because I think I'm pretty confused. So Baldev stepped out, he let you know, and the example is Emmanuel stepped out and didn't say anything. So
Right.
I think does it not come down to how you receive that information then?
Okay,
Depending, then that projects what your thought's going to be?
Right, 2 things. Very good. Emmanuel stepped out because he's a student in class and he's going to be right back, right? When Baldev says I'm stepping out, it means
One less trainer.
right, one less trainer. So the point of this exercise is when you say something,
Mhm.
does the other person understand it? Like just because I say I'm stepping out, what does it mean?
Oh.
I am leaving for 2 hours. I'll be back. Like, I want you to complete that sentence. Like for me, that was okay. Like, cause I kind of get what Baldev is saying, but because I inferred it, I assumed it, right? It doesn't mean he's leaving forever. He didn't say when he's coming back. He's just saying, I'm stepping out. So I want you to think about your communication, right? Like it was factual. What he said is factual. Like, I know he's stepping out. He could have said it in a way that I don't like this topic. I'm leaving, right? He could have said it like that. And then there's that emotionality tone of negative versus I love the segment so much, but I have to leave right now. That's positive. And then fact is, I'm just stepping out. I'm leaving. Okay, good. So there's two stories that I'm working with. Number one is the communication you send, does it have a charge? And are you aware that it has a charge or not? Right? Because he could have written down, I'm leaving because Sarhari's teaching again and she always teaches, right? Like he could have said something like that. And then you're like, whoa, we got to unpack that because there's a lot going on here. That means there must be something between him and Baldev and Sarhari. Like I would have to infer a lot of things. I'm just saying in our communication in this day and age, we are not clear. We are not saying what we need to say to create an action in the other person. Most of the time, we're just saying because I just need to get this off my chest. My barista today, oh my God, they missed my latte. They screwed up. And it's like, why would you say that? Number one, you're admitting there's a mistake. And number two, it's long ago. What are you going to do about it? Right? So I want you to just be very clear from like this moment of the training on, because we're in our 4th week. Pay attention to other people's communication with you. What is their agenda? Why are they telling you this? What do they want you to do with this? Okay. What are they saying? What's their agenda? What do they want you to do with this? We're kicking it into your critical mind now. Because just because people are saying stuff doesn't mean it's for you to process. Sometimes people are just vomiting. They're just vomiting, and you just step over it, keep walking. It's not your job to go get some towel and clean it up. You understand? We're learning to manage our energy. We're learning to go, I'm going to see it there, and your mind does the play for play, right? Like, oh my God, she's dry heaving. She's about to bend over. There's that 45 degrees. And like, your mind is like slowly going, oh, watch out. It's going to be a projectile. Like you're watching this happen. And you're like, and it's not my problem. I'm going to walk this way. Because guess what? This person does it every day, 10 o'clock, all the time. And this is what I'm talking about with Julia earlier. Julia looks at it all the time now. She's like, no, I'm going to turn my mind. I'm going to do something else. I am going to redirect my mind so I don't have to see that catastrophe all the time. There are certain people in your life. They love to tell you about the catastrophe. They want to tell you what's going to happen. And in fact, they're magnets for this drama. And they love the drama because they're not aware that they're addicted to the drama. So they just keep pulling it up, pulling it up, pull it up. Look, it happened again. This guy kissed me and I didn't ask him to. Oh, really? You didn't ask him to. And worse, he's a married man. Okay, so now a married man is about to lean in for a kiss. And you never once invited that? Never. This is the 30th time you've told me this story in our 30 years of friendship. It happens all the time, in fact. And you see no problem with this because you're always the victim, right? So we can extrapolate these stories and see how this person has a subconscious agenda. They like to find these troubled situations and throw themselves in it and then tell you, and I'm so innocent, I don't know why it's happening. This is 90% of my private sessions. People call me up, Haridas, I need to talk. This is so terrible. This is happening in my life. And I'm like, yep, okay. You know, I'm not victim shaming. I'm nothing like that. It's just look at the situation and see, how did you describe that situation? And see, did you complete it? Like, is it done? Or is this like somehow deeply satisfying to you? People don't realize it, but they're addicted to that kind of drama. They're addicted to this kind of situation. And it comes out over and over and over again. So said, Hari, what do we do? How do we deal with these thoughts that keep coming all the time? And because we have to filter and direct our minds, if we don't filter and direct our minds and overlay a mantra and take a breath and become aware of what we're doing, we're going to stay stuck in this cycle. And this cycle is very vicious and it's so insidious. You don't even know that it's there. You don't know. Until Gaziza goes to the museum and it's displayed. And then you have a space that you're open enough to talk about, that is neutral enough that everyone can come to the table and just share. Until you're able to hold that space for neutrality, everything that comes in is going to be colored. Everything that comes in is going to have a charge, negative or positive charge. You have to look for that charge. Because whoever's telling you that story, they've got an agenda, right? We all move through our day. I don't see anyone texting me or blowing up my phone of how bad their days are. Like, no one's telling me that. We're just all moving along. Everyone's just moving along, moving along, moving along. But when you get together, and I want you to be very clear about this because it's happening all the time now. When you get together online, when you get together, when you communicate with someone else, is the content of what you're sharing a negative or a positive experience? Just be clear about it. Because, you know, I have these friends that I saw recently at to walk on the beach or, social distance event, my brother's birthday. And these two people love to have what we call a bitch fest. They get together to have a bitch fest. And I don't know them, but when I started recognizing what they're doing, I walked far away. I don't want to hear this. Why would I want to hear this? Because what are they essentially doing? Type in, what is a bitch fest? And Rizwana, I know you're from Kenya, so like just, there's got to be a version of that over in Kenya too, but you're now in Seattle. So what is a bitch fest? What is this phenomenon called the bitch fest? Okay, good. So for example, that uncle that likes to steal, right? The bitch fest would be going on and on and on about all the other times the uncle stole something. The bitch fest would be, and he did it like this, and he was so sly, like going into actual stories and retelling them, right? So a bitch fest is when you get together and just, instead of talking about your experience, talk about the subversive, talk about the undercurrent of it. And then only, as Sir Prakash, another wonderful level 2 trainer who's going to be with you soon, she says, don't circle the toilet. You're circling the toilet. You just walk around it. You just keep looking down at it and you're like circling, 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 but it doesn't go anywhere. It just becomes this avenue where once you open that gaping hole, all that negativity comes out. And then you're just like in this negative behavior, sharing all the negative stuff. And at some point, it's got to stop, right? But why is it so fun? Why is it so addictive to go into this negative space? What do you think, Emmanuel?
Yeah, I mean, from my own experience, I don't know. It's like there's some sort of force pulling me down, almost like a black hole. The payoff, I guess, like I get to, feel justified, and there's feel superior, or if I'm putting someone else down, or if I'm putting myself down, then it's like looking for self-pity, and all those things. But yeah, at the end, I never really feel great, so.
Exactly. Thank you, Emmanuel. So in the end, you never feel great. But like he said, there is a part of me that is being aired out. There's a part of me that's, oh yeah, I'm recognizing that's a self-pity. I'm recognizing this is what I'm doing, right? So if you're ever involved or engaged in any of this behavior, just remember, what are you walking away from? Like, what is the lesson in it? What am I walking away from? Because I don't want to do this, right? You don't want to be in a situation where you're being negatively sucked energy from, or that you're participating in, because it's going to suck your energy away. So Luz, you were telling me about your coworkers over there, right? Like there was some kind of coworker situation, and go ahead and tell me about that. Yeah, not so good. Yeah, she's making the face. See, said, honey, you just said it. You can't lie. Your face can't lie.
Yeah. Yeah, like a very negative energy. So bad. Like kind of like jealous. Yeah, it's very obvious,
Yeah, exactly. Thank you, Luz.
Very
So what
obvious.
happens is, yeah, the more you talk about it, the more it makes you look like that. You understand? So whatever that frequency is, if you start tapping into that, it starts to resonate in your frequency. You start to be the echo chamber of that story. So that's why today we're getting very clear on what are the stories you're buying into, what are the stories you're perpetuating, and what are the stories that you're sharing with other people. Does it bring them up or down? Like, think about it.
What do you mean? Like I know it's their story. I mean, I just know, I mean, the only thing that happens to me is that I notice the bad energy, but I normally, like, I wear a shield,
Yes, exactly, Luz. Very good. Thank you, Luz.
I wear a shield,
right,
in order to protect myself.
Yeah, good. But the days that your shield are not high and not strong, Luz, how do you feel?
Well, I feel that energy, that bad energy deeper,
right, because it becomes permeable. It seeps into your shield. Understood?
Yeah.
So that's why you have to distance yourself. Sometimes you just walk out of the room, like, oh, they're doing it again. I'm gonna walk out of the room, right?
Oh my God! So, I honestly, I don't work for that company anymore.
Yeah, exactly, Luz, because it's such a toxic structure that you left it. That culture was toxic. Like, that's not worth it, right?
And when I left, I smiled, and I feel so happy, because I mean, my face changed, everything changed. It's like, wow, I feel so good, and that's the best decision I have made. I mean, I need the money, I know, but I know I have faith that something great is gonna come to me, and it's on its way, and I have a lot of faith.
Very good.
I know, but honestly, that job, but it wasn't not only the energy from the people, it was just like, it was some sales, we were doing sales, and we had an iPad, and we had to look what other people were, how many sales other people were doing, kind of like a competition style. So I don't like to be, in that cycle, like competition, because it messes up my brain, which it did several times. And I mean, when I wanted to compete, it wasn't me, it wasn't me. So I was like, no, I gotta stop that. So when I mean, and I didn't perform well when I looked what other people were doing,
Yeah. So it just works for different people. So what you're looking for is a certain work culture that you feel that is positive, that is uplifting, that is inspiring, versus there is a whole industry out there called sales that is completely competitive. And certain people like to be super competitive, and they make a lot of money that way because it produces a certain stress level in them. So thank you, Luz, for sharing. Thank you. Mm-hmm. So when you hear story, when you engage from this moment forward, I want you to start to notice the charge in the communication. the charge, negative, positive charge, and what it compels you to do. Okay. On a good side, I want you to walk away with intel. I want you to walk away with intel versus someone in your family just had their purse stolen. You're like, okay, I know I know who did it, right? Like that's intel. You just kind of know where it's coming from. Oh, it's that uncle again. Was he at your party? Oh yeah, right? Like it's not an assumption, but it's like gathering information. Okay, and you can't gather information if you're completely emotional all the time. So we're trying to discharge the emotional aspect of it and ask your mind, okay, you're getting all this information. Now what? What are you going to do with this information? I'm going to keep it in the back corner of my mind. I'm going to know where it is. It's intel. Okay, so we are on a fact-finding mission. We're not trying to get involved with people's emotions and go for a roller coaster ride. And then this happened, and then that happened. And can you believe this happened? Right? Like when people talk about that, you just go, take a breath, Satnam, Waheguru, and step out of it. Get off that roller coaster ride because it's going to cost you something. It's going to cost you. And it's going to cost you your time, your energy, and your emotions are going to be taken for a ride. You understand? This is what we are becoming very clear with. Yes, Emmanuel.
Yeah, just a quick question about like some practices for doing that when you don't have the option of leaving the situation, like how do I stay strong internally so that I can be in that environment, because I'm going to be in it wherever I go, that's going to pop up, and not lose kind of myself in the process.
Such a good question. And first of all, this is a direct Yogi Bhajan quote. If you're visiting family, okay, and it's like a family that triggers you all the time, like in a not good family kind of way, you have 72 hours before you start to lose yourself. So within those 3 days, you better have a strong sadhana, especially if you came from a family in which you were triggered all the time by certain people, because they'll know exactly where your buttons are and they're going to want to press you all the time. Remember when you used to be sloppy? Remember, like they will trigger you. Not because they want to, it's a pattern you guys have had. So within 72 hours, you used to say, if you're going to visit your family for 72 hours, you got about 3 days before you start to go at each other. So stay in a hotel, stay at a friend's house, avoid the family, just come by for dinner. He didn't say you can't love your family. You can love your family. But when you are strong enough, like your nervous system is strong enough, or that you're able to not be charged by what's happening around you, then you can have compassion for the other person. Then you're like, oh, that's my thief uncle, gotta stay with, but I'll lock my stuff in the car. Like you get smart at how you navigate your space and who you deal with. So, stay strong with your sadhana. But on the other side of that story, if you have a work situation you can't get out of, something, right? Like Emmanuel, you're in a situation, you're preparing for it. My number one thing is breathe. Breathe into it, go, okay, I accept my situation. I understand what's happening. I'm going to slow my breath. That's your first key, is your breath rate. And this is discussed a lot in vitality and stress. You have signs of stress. You are showing signs of stress. What are your signs of stress? So just, what are your signs of stress? Do you start to sweat in your palms? Do you get dry in your throat? Do you start to have all kinds of fast thoughts moving by and you're feeling stunned and unable to move? Like think about your stress level. How does it show up? Do you start to not speak? Like you lose your, oh, that person's in the room, I'm feeling really small again, right? Like certain people do that. Just start to recognize, Emmanuel, what are your stress signs? All right, just become aware, like become the observer, breathe. And then as we've been practicing and Sadhati's been teaching you, chant your podis, right? Just go into your mind going, I can't control anything out here, but I can control my space. I can breathe deeply. And in your mind, maybe you start rattling Mool Mantra. Maybe you start going off on Soche Sochana Hove, Jay Sochi Lakwa, right? You go in Podi 1, Podi 2, Podi 3. as long as you are feeling safe, as in nothing is happening, like my body, I'm not being assaulted, all I'm going to wait for is this time to pass. Okay, so you're sitting in a train, and you're a few hours from your destination there, Emmanuel. So you're just going to take out a book and start reading. Pull out your iPad. What are you going to do? You know, like if you don't have to stay 100% on attention for that person, you're just like, well, I guess we're just stuck in a family car ride. And try to find the enjoyment. Try to find your enjoyment. So what are you going to do in that amount of time? You can listen to this person go off on their story, and maybe you can't stop them from speaking, but in your own mind, you've got your own radio station. It's your mantras. It's the connection you have to your own sound current. So in that space, you just kind of wait it out, right? You can just wait it out. What you can do, you will do. But if you cannot do certain things, you just kind of sink to the background, breathe, slow your breath, and watch the show. Become detached to it versus emotional reaction, taking up energy. Oh my God, why did they say that? How terrible of them. You know, like your mind can go into this place of total judgment, of total negativity yourself. So like, don't try to take that on. So I hope that answers your question, Emmanuel, because it's a very vague attempt of throwing stuff at the wall to try to make something fit. Very good. So Sadhari, what do we do when our minds have these kinds of thoughts? Like, what is the page we're referring to now? What is the topic you're going to teach us? It starts with the letter M.
It does.
And it sounds like nation.
Oh, we're going to go on meditation.
Yes.
I'm following along here. I'm not sure where we're going because I don't, which meditation are we focusing on?
Oh, no. Just like the benefits of meditation, what
Okay.
it does
Yeah.
for us, you know, like that fact page on meditation.
Oh, right. Okay. So the benefits of meditation, you want in the new book, it's what, page 126.
Okay, so let's pull it up, everyone. Page 126 and
Yeah.
okay, 126.
Yeah.
Go ahead, Sadhari.
So-
What are we doing?
What?
Why do we love to meditate? What's so great about meditation?
It's the best thing on the planet. Why? Is because it can transform anything just in a matter of minutes.
Mhm.
And one of the main benefits we have is that as soon as we tap into a breath, tap into a mantra, we can bring ourselves to a place of calm, a place of centeredness. Now there's all other kinds of benefits as well. So you can drop in blood pressure. You can come with high blood pressure. You know, this is one of the benefits from a medical standpoint that meditation does, is it helps with it helps drop our blood pressure down to normal. So I want to hear from you though, since you've been practicing now for at least, I mean, I know some of you for longer, but for at least now we're on our 4th weekend. So I know you can see what's in the book, but which speaks to you as far as your benefit that stands out to you for meditation? You can open up your mic. Yeah.
In my experience, it brings me to a place of quiet and calm, and it has a physical presence to it. Yeah.
So what else would you say though, Lynn? Would you say if when you're meditating, or any of you, if you have this, do you feel that you go out, you're connected to what we call the infinite, and also connected to yourself at the same time? I can't hear you.
Oops.
Oh, you muted yourself again, Lynn.
Unmute. Okay, is this good now? Okay, so it's both for me, because the breath for me is a connection to the divine. So it does do that for me, but it also does this. And I would say not consistently though, you know, there are times when things are like you just do a meditation and you're not who you were yesterday. So the experience is not the same.
Right.
That's my
It's
experience.
different every day.
Yeah.
It can be different every day. Does anybody else experience this in their meditations?
I can talk about the one today, like just through the repetitive chanting, it was just like kind of like clearing the way, the chanting and the repetition. And like I could see like my mind's constantly like going back and forth somewhere. And it was like slowly and slowly, I just started sitting up taller and I could hear the sound of my voice more and more often. And then eventually I was just listening to the chant and feeling the vibration. And there was some sort of stillness and some alignment that happened that wasn't there before I started chanting. And that was kind of, yeah, my personal experience with it. And I guess that would be maybe the personal alignment then opens me up to something deeper or greater, which I guess could be called the infinite. But yeah.
Yeah, because when we go into that observation place, because I mean, you're describing like literally you observing yourself, that by its very nature is allowing you to step into that place of neutrality. Basically able to see everything. You're like at once you're seeing yourself, but at the same time, you're tapping into that infinity or divine essence. And you're also, you're noticing this transformation happening within you, like right then and there. So it's like that, basically you're getting bang for your buck, right? It's like cause and effect is right there. It's like you're seeing, you're practicing this meditation and you're noticing all these different angles, and it's allowing you to awaken, and you're literally watching yourself awaken. And that's, and so when we can get into that kind of practice, and, and it's different every day because we don't know what's going to happen, that's why it's important that we don't set expectations of what our meditation is going to look like, what it's going to sound like, what it's going to do for us in that moment, how well we're going to observe or not that day, because we're constantly shifting and changing. So it's really crucial to not set expectations. The key is to practice it, because just like Emmanuel's saying, right? I mean, did you hear what he said, all his experiences that he had just of that 31-minute meditation he did this morning? Being able to see all those different levels within that 31 minutes. I mean, that's precious goodness, because what happens is that experience he has, then that's going to infiltrate, have a ripple effect throughout his entire day, let alone his evening, his night, his next days. Okay. And so what happens then, right? So if that ripple effect keeps with that transformation, then even though he is not meditating right now, like sitting with his eyes closed, he's got a background change in his frequency, which is creating a alignment shift for him.
Thank you, said Hari. And there's another way of saying that. There are certain meditations, and I don't know which one because it can happen to you at any meditation, that Yogi Bhajan described it as creating an energetic structure. That when you enter a meditation, you are entering an energetic structure. Some of these structures that when you meditate, you walk away from, like it becomes a part of you. So just like Emmanuel's talking about this alignment, that alignment stays with you. Just like Sadhati says, you carry that. You carry your Satnam, you carry your truth to everything. So when Emmanuel's in that situation and somebody's going off on something, he holds his measure of his truth next to theirs and go, wow, that's completely off. They're living in a whole nother dimension. I'm just going to be still with my Satnam over here and not let my Satnam get messed up with theirs, right? So you're really living that frequency through what you've filtered out in your world, what works for you. So I'm going to just refer this page to you so you have it, so you can see. Hold on. It's in your book, page 127. Let me just share screen. Emotion becomes commotion or devotion. Okay, and here's the paragraph I want to show you. Emotion can have 2 points. Either it becomes devotion, I'm right here, or commotion. If it becomes devotion and enters the subconscious mind, there is no pain. There is no sadness. There is no sacrifice, which is not easily done. He is happy with what he is doing. His world is his own. His destination is his own, and he shall make it. That is the devotional part. But suppose instead of devotion, the emotion becomes commotion and enters the subconscious mind. Then there is a problem. Then you have a pattern, a style of life, and then the pattern will govern you. Meditation is the art of breaking habits to purify the mind and take care of day-to-day things. So, for instance, there was a student in training who used to just complain every time she would do laundry. She carries her basket, go to 3 of her kids' rooms, pick up stuff, and complain as she walks through the house. So everybody in the family knew when mom was going to do laundry because she left a trail of complaints. Oh, this sock, why didn't you clean your room? Like she had a whole story about doing 20 minutes of picking up before she did the laundry. After a while, it became a habit that she doesn't pick up a sock without yelling at her kid, right? And after a while, this is years of doing this. And one day at teacher training, she says, you know, now I just pick up the stuff, dump it in the machine, put in the detergent, and press play. And so we asked her, what's the difference? Why is it now you just do the task? And she would say, and she told us, I used to have a story. And every time I went through that activity, I played that song. And that was my song of complaint. It was my jam. It's what I did. It's what I became used to. So and now I don't yell at my kids. I just pick up the socks and I just throw it in the machine and I press play and I do my next thing. So what happened, folks? Go ahead and type it in. What's the difference now? She's still doing laundry, but her experience of laundry is what compared to before it? And this all has to do with her emotion. Her emotion, go ahead. Yeah, she's just neutral, Julia. She's just neutral about laundry. She just, this is the one more thing I need to do, right? It's her perspective. Thank you, Lynn. It's her attachment. Lightness, Emmanuel, pleasant. So instead of doing something so horrific, laundry was so terrible for her, it's now just something I just do because it needs to be done. I just do it because it's the next task. She's not attached to the story. She's not attached to the negative things that went with that story because it wasn't just her kids had socks on the ground. What was it about those kids, Emmanuel? What was the adjective you would you use to describe those kids?
Oh, those dirty, filthy, messy kids always.
Those dirty, filthy, messy kids and their socks, right? Like look at all that emotion that goes with of just picking up the sock. It's not, oh, look, I'm just gonna pick up a sock. No, it's not. And this goes in here and this goes in here and this, instead of just going through the motion, it's the motion with the emotions. Now with those filthy, dirty kids and you know, like, there's more of that going into the basket versus I'm just picking stuff for the basket and I'm moving to the next thing. It's not just the activity, it's the story that goes with the activity. Go ahead, Bethany.
It also sounded like she realized that her negative story towards her kids was having no impact on their behavior. Like her spreading all that negative stuff wasn't like, oh, I got to clean my room. I better do this. And so she realized that wasn't working. And it also sounds like she found a way to make the laundry almost a devotion, almost an offering to her family. By just changing that mindset, it changed her experience, which is a powerful example.
Thank you, Bethany. And can you imagine if you told her, could you just be more devotional to laundry and then your family wouldn't act so crazy? Like, could you imagine telling her that? Because she's like so emotional. She would just blame you like, you're crazy. Why would you tell me that? What? How do you make something devotional? Right?
Mhm.
Because the word devotional, now we have a different connotation to it. It just means mom's not so cray cray. She's not so crazy. She's just smooth. We're just trying to go through our day smoothly. We're not trying to go with all this emotion and taking everyone for a ride. Because what do you think happened to those kids when she stopped complaining about their dirty socks and their messiness? Because, you know, kids are very sensitive. They hear everything. And for mom to tell them they're messy, it's going to create a complex in them for like the rest of their lives and maybe for generations of that family.
Yeah. Not
Right?
shaming the children. That's powerful.
It is. And we're not realizing that we're shaming children. You dirty, messy, filthy kids. I don't even feel good saying that. What are those kids feeling when they hear that? Right? So today is about learning to filter our language, learning to be more conscious of what we say and how we say it. You can say, these are my kids, or these are my dirty, filthy kids. Like, it feels so different. And all it has to do with is your emotion towards something, how you feel towards something. You can also say, these are my most beautiful gifts from God children I'm so blessed with. It feels so different. So words, how we choose our words, how we create our world with our words. So Sadhati is bringing us into this meditative aspect, and what a beautiful page this is. And I hope you mark this page as your reference, because this meditation stuff is real. Before, some of you shared that this meditation was 31 minutes. I didn't know, it felt like 11. What is it that you're doing that is warping time? Y'all sat there for 31 minutes, right? How is it, like, can you explain that? Because people are going to ask you. Didn't that go by so fast? How did that go by so fast? Because your mind is focusing on something else, right? In mind and meditation, the other level 2 we teach, your mind moves through the day, and this was a problem during COVID. Your mind registers the day through activity. So if you spend all day watching Netflix, that's all your mind thinks is you just did one activity. And your body's not tired. But if your mind registers, oh, I just did laundry, and then I made coffee, and then I made breakfast, and your mind is focusing like that. And for some of us, we realize our mind loves to create lists, to-do lists. Or if you have a honey-do list. Honey, do this, right? It's your honey-do list. Did you just give me a honey-do list? Yeah, I did. And then take out the trash, and then work on the yard, and then clean the car. Right? Our minds constantly do that. But when you take that moment, like Emmanuel was talking about that meditation, there's an inner alignment that happened. My eyes focused on my nose. My hands did this. I was chanting this. My breath regulated itself. And so the chanting became easier over time. And then, boom, we're just in that moment. And I don't know how long that lasted. It felt like 5 minutes. Because your mind is so supportive of your activity. And this is the creation of the relationship we're creating with our brain, that our friend is our mind, and our mind becomes our friend, like it's serving us, versus when it's not serving you. And you know those moments when your mind is not supportive, because it starts to create a lot of doubt, a lot of, are you sure you want to do that? Right? It starts to question you. So we're still looking at page 127, 128, using mantra for meditation. And now finally, page 129, stopping the mind. So let me just share this with you. So it's in your book as well, Stopping the Mind. A student asked, is it possible to stop the mind? A friend told me that if I meditate, I should stop all my thoughts and control my mind so it is quiet. Is that possible with meditation? My mind is awfully noisy. It is not meditation that stops the mind. It is the, I want you to underline this in the book somehow. It is the surrender of the mind to the soul and the soul to truth. It is when you prefer the word of truth to the word of your own intellect. Okay, so this means what? I just want you to just type it in for a second. What this means what? It is not meditation that stops the mind. It is the surrender of the mind to the soul and the soul to truth. It is when you prefer the word of truth to the word of your own intellect. So just go ahead and type it in. Good. So basically, you're all on a journey of truth. You're trying to find your truth, revealing truth as you go. So to answer the question the student is answering, can you ever stop your mind? You would say, can you stop your mind? You would say what? No, Gaziz is shaking her head no. You cannot stop your mind, and you shall not stop your mind. Even after 17 days of your death, your mind is still having an electrical impulse. You're still creating thoughts. 17 days after death, you're still thinking. You're still thinking. So what do? How is it that Emmanuel in his alignment is in meditation? What is he doing? What's happening in that meditation? We are becoming more distant from our thoughts, that we become more of an observer so that we can just merely watch the thoughts without getting consumed by the thoughts, without being taken for a ride by the thoughts. Because how many times you meditate and you're like, oh my God, that was such a good thought. Let me go get a pen and write it down. Yeah, you're breaking the meditation. Stay in meditation. Forget it. That thought, because it's in your consciousness, it'll come back. It'll be there for you. But here we are, just about to take off on the ride. We're like, whoa, put the brakes on. Hold up, I gotta go write this down. And if you keep on doing that, you're not going to go into that space of the unknown. You're breaking your own meditative cycle. You're breaking your own meditative chutzpah, like you're just about to enter, right? Like, like disappointment. I could have gone for a deeper ride, but I kind of cheated it and trying to take a note on it, right? That's why we tell you, and it happens in class. It used to happen all the time. We're going to do this Kriya. In the middle of the Kriya, people like stop and go write in their book and then come back and try to do the Kriya. But by the time they finish writing, come back, that part of the Kriya is over. So it's like, don't cheat yourself from that experience. Go into it deeply. Go into it deeply. Forget about the intellectuality of it, because that's the second part of the thing we read. The student asked, well, it's when you merge with your truth, when you merge with that supreme consciousness, all is revealed. But it's the mind that says, wait, I want to understand it. Hold on. Let me intellectualize it and understand. And it's not true, because we have many ways of understanding, because we just found out we had 10 bodies. We just found out, look at all these other ways of perceiving. And where's the mental body? It's far, far away. It's not even around. Like things happen out here. I'm just going to draw it. Things are happening out in the world. You have the first body, the second body, the third body, right? So you got soul, negative mind, positive mind, moon, neutral mind. Physical body is 5, right? And then you got 6, 7, and then 8, pranic body, subtle body, radiant body. So you go like 1 to 10, and then what's happening in the outside world. So how is it something out here is going to seep all the way to mind, which is second, third, and fourth, you know, of the body? Because first body's the ego. Second is the negative mind. Third is the positive mind. Fourth is the neutral mind. So something is happening out here, and it's got to trickle through your 10 bodies to come to your minds to understand. So by the time you understand this is a long time ago. Because even as we're speaking it, you're absorbing it from your 10 bodies, right? So that's why in the middle of class, people are like, Haridas, what is this Kriya for? Am I feeling it? No, no, you cannot feel it. Just do it, right? Experience first and then try to understand later. That's why in the teachings, they say there's 7 layers of your neurons. So you can come back and practice and practice and practice. And one day you're going to hear something one of us trainers have taught you. And you're like, oh, I get it now. 7 years has passed, or 15 years, you know, like whatever, like it's going to hit you at different times. So don't try to think you can understand everything all the time, because your mind is sifting through these different layers. Okay. Oh my God, we only have like 15 minutes left. Is that what's going on, Sadhari? Oh my God, it's not enough time. Okay, so just everybody inhale and exhale, and I got something fun for you. We got something fun. Okay, celestial communication. Sadhari, what page is that? Just to go over the concept of it. Guidelines.
137.
Okay,
in the new book.
137. So just to introduce this quickly to you, so you have a reference and why we do this. And you know, Sadhari, we're gonna come back to this in future trainings and do different ones just as a break for our minds to enjoy. Celestial communication. I'm pulling it up. Oh, meditation minutes, Sadhari. It's on page 135. It talks about our meditation minutes and how it affects our mind. Okay, so 3 minutes, meditation affects the electromagnetic field, circulates stability of the blood. 11 minutes, meditation begins to change the nerves and the glandular system. 22, you're all seeing this with me, right? 22 minutes, meditation balances the 3 minds. The minds start to work together. 31 minutes allows the glands, breath, and concentration of the cells and rhythms of the body. 62 changes the gray matter in the brain. 2.5 hours changes the psyche in its correlation with the surrounding magnetic field, so that the subconscious mind is held firmly in the new pattern by the surrounding universal mind. Wow. And then on the left column talks about the points of focus: third eye, tip of the nose, moon center, crown chakra, 1/10 open. So these are just pages in the book that I hope at some point you use them as references for yourself, for understanding, and possibly for teaching. Okay, page 137. There's this pretty lady sitting here, Hari Kidden from Los Angeles, and she's doing Gyan Mudra with her hands. Okay, so the point of celestial communication is it's a tool for mental relaxation. Mental relaxation. Can you see that? Let me just share that. Okay. Is mudra in motion. Celestial communication is mudra in motion for mental relaxation. It's a meditation with mantra and movements of the arms and upper body. So you're using your upper bodies with movement. Okay, so what are the rules for celestial communication? Number 1, smile. Okay, I'm just going to tell you the rules because it's not all written in that book. Number 1, you got to smile. Like always with a smile. You're going to be teaching like a smile. Number 2, movements of your arms. So the leader stands up, but everyone else is seated, right? So this is not a standing kind of kriya. It's like they sit and you're out there teaching it. Number 3, chant mantra or sing along with mantra. All right. So you're coordinating movement with breath with mantra. And this is actually one of the easiest ways to teach Kundalini Yoga. So kids love it, right? So let's say you've been invited to an assisted living home. you're hanging out with seniors with, you know, any kind of condition or just lonely people, whoever, like whoever your audience is, you can teach this and they will have immediate effects. Because what happens, like which bodies, everyone, am I crossing when I'm reaching out here in this different space? Right? I'm talking about the space above my head, like all this space. You're crossing your arc line, you're reaching out to your radiant body, it will affect you. I remember the first few times where we practiced celestial communication, and for some reason, it created such a relaxation response in me. I started crying, like just weeping. And I'm not emotional, but it just felt like, I finally get to relax into it. So just something to think about. And we're just going to practice something quickly, shortly. And there's 13 movements. So I'm going to teach it in several ways so you can understand it. First, I'm going to show you the movements. You're going to copy it, right? This is how celestial communication works. You copy it. And then I'm going to teach you the mantra. And then we're going to mesh it all together. Okay. So I'm going to do movement first. Let me screw back. So palms up, hit your knee. Okay, so just drop it down and then hit your heart gently. So we're going to do this. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. And then the next one, hit down and then clap. And then hit your heart twice. 9. This is movement 9. And then hit down, clap, shake your hands like, it's not shake up or shake down. It's just shake and turn your head twice. Okay, good. So just twice. Okay, so that's 10. And then 11, claps again. Shake, shake. One more time. 12, shake, shake. And then 13, look up, clap, look up. Like you're offering like a V shape up. Let me do my arm up. So clap and up. All right, so let's do it again. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, and then clap, hit your heart twice, 9, and then shake, shake. So you keep your arm up, you just kind of shake and turn your head at the same time. And then clap, shake, shake, clap, shake, shake, and then up 13, like that. Okay, now the mantra is Hara Gobinda, Hara Gobinda, Hara Gobinda Mahanahe. Okay, so you just kind of copy the words. Okay, but instead of me doing it, let's do it with this group. Okay, let's watch it for a second and jump in when you can. So let me share screen. It's about 2 or 3 minutes long. But the point is smile, okay? And this is all about mind, eye, hand coordination. So we're going to go with them on this. We're going to go with them. So Hadi, I'm trying to share screen. Are you seeing my screen? No, here we go.
Now we got it.
Okay, got it. Gobinda Mahanahe, Sarva Shakti, Sarva Shakti, Sarva Shakti Mahanahe. Clap twice. Up, hey, Mahanahe. Up. Hare Gobinda, Hare Gobinda, Hare Gobinda Mahanahe. Sarva Shakti, Sarva Shakti, Sarva Shakti Mahanahe. Twice. Hey, up, hey. Mahanahe. Up. Gobinda, Hare Gobinda, Hare Gobinda Mahanahe. Sarva Shakti, Sarva Shakti, Sarva Shakti Mahanahe. 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 Hare Govinda, Hare Govinda, Hare Govinda Mahanahe. Sarva Shakti, Sarva Shakti, Sarva Shakti Mahanahe. 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 Smile. Hare Govinda, Hare Govinda, Hare Govinda Mahanahe. Sarva Shakti, Sarva Shakti, Sarva Shakti Mahana hai. Mahana hai. Mahana hai. Govinda, Hare Govinda, Hare Govinda Mahana hai. Sarva Shakti, Sarva Shakti, Sarva Shakti Mahana hai. Mahana hai. Mahana hai. Maya. Hare Govinda, Hare Govinda, Hare Govinda Mahana hai. Sarva Shakti, Sarva Shakti, Sarva Shakti Mahana hai. Mahana hai. Mahana hai. Hare Govinda, Hare Govinda, Hare Govinda Mahana hai. Sarva Shakti, Sarva Shakti, Sarva Shakti Mahana hai. Mahana hai. Mahana hai. Hare Govinda, Hare Govinda, Hare Govinda Mahana hai. Sarva Shakti, Sarva Shakti, Sarva Shakti Mahana hai. Mahana hai. Mahana hai. Hare Govinda, Hare Govinda, Hare Govinda Mahana hai. Sarva Shakti, Sarva Shakti, Sarva Shakti Mahana hai. Mahana hai. Mahana hai. Hare Govinda, Hare Govinda, and inhale and exhale. So Hare Gobind, Hare Gobind, Hare Gobind Mahana hai. Sarva Shakti, Sarva Shakti, Sarva Shakti Mahana hai is a mantra for letting go of fear and building trust and confidence in God, the infinite doer, as the provider and sustainer. Stimulates the Shakti energy within, gives the energy to shed old fears and insecurities, rechanneling your energy towards elevating your consciousness. So, wasn't that fun? Wasn't that fun? So you're chanting, you're moving, you're having a good time, but that was like to enliven you, to bring you to a lighter space. So, that was my friend's website called the Golden Shield Institute. And she gathered a bunch of teachers from like 9 different countries. And we just sat there and did some fun stuff. So you can go look it up, Celestial Communication. There's a bunch on YouTube, Sanatam and kids at Satnam Fest. Like you just see people doing it and they're just coordinating movement to mantra. So Sadhati is going to assign you a little something. What do you think, Sadhati?
Oh, absolutely. One of my favorite assignments.
So
Yeah.
you're going to design one, right, Sadhati? We're going to design one.
Yeah. We're going to also have you each work together in creating one.
What do you think?
And then you'll get to share it with all of us.
Okay, what's a good mantra you want them to design it to? Something they can chant to go along, because music is not always readily available.
I know. That's very difficult for me. Well, we could always use Mo mantra.
Well, that's kind of hard in a sense, because the words are not the same rhythm. Okay, how about this?
Oh, I can.
Okay, hold on. I know. Hold on.
Oh, Had Hare Hari.
Yeah, good. Okay, so what do you think? What do you want to assign?
You had an idea. What was yours?
I do have an idea. Hold on. Let me go pull it up. It's just going to take a minute.
Oh.
Pull it up.
See.
So it's nothing like, hold on. It's just so fun. I get so excited.
Let's see.
Okay, I have one for you. Hold on. We're going to watch this. This is fun. I'm going to share this.
And now we'll do the celestial communication. And this is to practice with your children and for adults too. It's a fantastic, beautiful, powerful meditation. The words are, Gobinde, Mukande, Udare, Apade, Hariang, Karyang, Nirname, Akame. And you'll see in the song, we'll sing it in these Gurumukhi words and also in English. It means he feeds me, God being he, she, or it, just the infinite one. He feeds me, he frees me, he gives to me, he's everywhere. Destroyer, creator, nameless, pure love. And so we'll be doing this celestial communication. You'll see with the children here at Satnam Fest West, they're going to demonstrate in this incredible cut that we have of them doing it live. So here are the movements. Gobinde,
Practice along.
Mukande, Udare, Apahare, Hariang, Karyang, Nirname, Akame. Gobinde, 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 Mukande,
All right.
I have that recording in case you want to use that one.
Isn't it so stinking cute, those kids? It's so fun because what we're really inspiring is the eye-brain communication. So you watch someone and you copy them and your brain starts to create these new neural pathways. It's fantastic. So our homework is, Sadhari, we're going to create, and maybe for the next 10 minutes, we're going into break for a few. We give them 10 minutes to go into, how many are here? 2, 4, 6, 8, 10. Okay, rooms 2s and 3s to create a movement. Okay, Gobindi Mukande, that's 8 different words. It's a bit much, but if you want to do Had Hare Hari, if you want to do Ramadasa Sasi Sohang, like think of a mantra and we'll let you decide. Okay, no, let's decide. So let's make it easier for you. So you only come up with the movements. So we'll do, like you just saw Sanatams, right? She just created 8 movements. You create 8 movements to Gobinde Mukande Udare Apare, Hariang Karyang Nirname Akame. So ready to set them into groups, Sadhari? Okay, so we're clear in the next 10 minutes, you're gonna get with your group, either 2 or 3 of you, and we're going to create some movements, okay?
On what page can we find the lyrics to Gobinde Mukande?
I usually page 82, 83, 84 of your
Okay.
mantra, like it's under mantras.
Okay, thank you.
Uh-huh. So you're creating, like you're choreographing a little movement with your mantra. It's going to be fun. And then you're going to show us later. Okay, so 5 minutes, 5 minutes to try to come up with something, and then a total of 10 minutes where you come back with it practiced and ready to show us. Good. Okay. So in a second, Sahari's going to break us into groups. Great. Enjoy it. Smile when you practice.
Okay. I don't know what to. It's like we got 2 limbs and 2 stavrolas. I don't know.
It's their second devices. But if you can add Stavrula to another group, that's fine. And let her choose which device works.
Okay. Well, she's in. Let's see. I guess. Yeah.
So you can't move these two?
Well, I did move them.
Oh, but they're still here?
Yeah. So I don't know what part, it looks some of, like they're joined. It's just these two aren't joined.
Okay,
This must be their phone or something. I don't know.
it's okay. Okay, so Sadhati, the topics we didn't cover, we're gonna have to reschedule.
I have them. I
Okay.
can, do you want to teach them or you want me to just work on them in the next session
Yeah, you work on the next
after
session.
they get done with lunch?
Yeah. So we just cut 10 minutes into their lunch break, maybe a
Fine.
total of 15 minutes because we want them to show it to us as well.
Yeah,
Right after this. Mhm.
not a problem. I think that works.
Good.
Well, it all gets in. One way or another, it gets there.
Good.
How are you?
I'm good, thank you. I'm getting ready to enjoy this weekend with you. Hey, you had like, is it 3 or 4 of us teaching tomorrow at the same time?
No.
No? I looked at the schedule.
Oh, you're looking at,
Topic.
yeah, you're looking at yeah, so number one, I didn't know if you're going to be there. That's why there's question marks by you.
Okay.
That's literally time that we're using to fill in kind of review and going over the gunas and tattvas. So it's like it's going to be used for kind of to fill in the gaps of things that that we didn't get to. We have that room to do that this weekend.
Good.
I kind of want to try to make room, on different weekends that we have that. So reviewing like the mind and meditation and, the gunas and the tattvas in there are in there as well, but that's more focused on not, that's with from the, let me see where it is. Yeah, that's to kind of go in alignment because Baldev taught with the tattvas and the chakras. So this was just like to bring in the, kind of layer in the tattvas and how they connect with regards to, this whole philosophy of yoga and how it connects with the gunas, and then the focusing on the Ashtanga mantra. I mean, because everything's going to kind of blend in with what we teach next and what we teach at the end of the Sunday.
Excellent.
Unless you want to make room for, they have been practicing, I've had them practicing Puri's 8 through 11. So if you did want to go through that, they should already be aware. Well, I would think that it would be faster simply because they were instructed to practice it now.
Okay.
For the last 2 weeks. So I don't know what your plan is, because I don't know, because between Siri Prakash and Simran next weekend,
Just, my main objective is just to get them going on reciting these mantras. Whether they do them or not is up to them, right? But at least we tell them like, okay, so we're doing 8 to 11, 9 to 12, 9 to 15, like just keep going because we just got to chip at it every single weekend.
That's what I'm saying is like, so if we can, at least bring up those putties this weekend somewhere, just bring them up at least, then, because then we kind of touched on them, then, okay, then they can see that we're advancing, so we're going to have you focus on now,
right,
12 through 20.
Yeah, exactly. Because we only have 5 weekends technically with them left.
I know, right?
Well, and then we have the intensive. Don't get me wrong, like 9 weekends.
No,
and then,
but still, it's only 5 weekends.
I know, it's fast. It's so much better than these Tuesdays, Thursdays. God, so
It's
much
a lot
faster, so
easier.
much more intense. I love it. Great, great formatting. I like it a lot. I never got pictures of you wearing your new outfit. I want to make sure it fits.
I told you they did. I've been wearing it. I mean, right now, I think the only thing that's not in the wash is the this juicy. This one is so cozy. It's so luxurious and cozy.
I'm so glad.
And but yeah, today I have this one on, the one you gave me.
Oh yeah, yeah, so cute. I was noticing your neckline. I'm like, I think it's that one.
Yeah, you get, and I was like, yeah, this is the one. I'm like, oh my gosh, all this time it was the top.
So
So
good to know. Oh, has it been 10 minutes? Let's check on them.
yeah, just about. Actually, no.
No.
They've had 4 minutes. No, excuse me, they have 4 minutes left.
Oh, good. Oh, good. I'm just gonna pause recording for a second, okay?
Yeah, sure.
Wait,
Okay.
are we even recording? Yeah, we are.
That's all right. Let's see.
Stavrula, welcome to the camera. Look at that amazing outfit.
Woohoo!
Excellent, excellent. Is it just the other groups don't want to come? They don't want to come back, said Hadi.
It seemed like they're finishing up, I guess. It's,
The Zoom hasn't kicked them back out yet. Like they have a choice of staying in.
well, the seconds on it were too long for some reason, so I'm gonna have to update that so it doesn't happen like that again. Because we should have just been able to pull them.
So Lynn and Stavrula, do you have double devices on? Is that why there's two screens of you?
Yes,
I do.
I do too.
Yeah, because this, I come sit here for the lecture and then go back to the other room for the other stuff.
Amazing. They like it so much. There's two of them.
Yeah,
Yes.
there we go.
So ladies, what did we learn from this celestial communication exercise?
It's fun. I love celestial communication.
My kids were asking why I'm doing a dance class and I'm supposed to be in a yoga class. I said, okay, we'll do this dance later together.
Good, good. Get them to work. Excellent. Okay, so group one. So Lynn and Rizwan and Stavrula, let's see what you got.
Okay.
We'll be chanting with you, okay?
All right. So I'm just going to start in at the heart center.
Everyone practice with them. Okay.
Okay. Gobinde, Mukande, Udare, Apare, Hariam, Kariam, Niname, Agame.
Akame. Okay, great. So I'll chant with you and you show us the moves again. And smile when you practice. Okay, here we go.
Okay. Gobinde,
Gobinde, Mukande,
Mukande, Udare,
Udare,
Apare,
Apare,
Hariam,
Hariang,
Kariam,
Hariang,
Niname,
Name,
Agame.
Akame.
Yeah.
Okay, now you're going to chant it like you're gonna like as if you're singing it, okay? And moving with
Okay.
it. Go ahead,
Alright.
Lynn. All you.
Okay. Gobinde, Mukande, Udare, Apare, Hariam, Kariam, Agame.
One more time.
Okay. Gobinde, Mukande. Ooh, I forgot. Ah!
Udare, Udare,
Hariam, Kariam, Niname, Agame.
Very good. Good job. Good job. All right, group two. Who's next? Who's the next group? Go ahead. Emmanuel, go ahead.
All right.
Emmanuel's group, go ahead.
Gobinde, Mukande, Dare, sorry. Oh, I forgot. Can you guys remind me? Sorry.
Who else is in your group? Go ahead.
Udare. Apare. I need to start from the beginning and do it.
Okay, from
now
the
we
beginning.
stop,
From
so,
the beginning. Let's do it.
Okay, so Gobinde, Mukande, Udare, Apare, Ahariyan, Kariyan. I'm watching Emmanuel. Gaziza, maybe you should. I don't know how we forgot.
How about the three of you unmic yourselves so you can hear
Together.
everyone?
Yeah.
Okay,
Do it together.
Govinde, Govinde Mukande Udare Apare Hariam Karyam Karyam Nirname Akame.
Good. 2 more times. Go ahead. As smooth as possible. Keep going.
Yes, okay. Govinde Mukande Udare Apare Hariam Hariam Nirname Akame.
Gobinde Mukande Udare Apare Hariang Karyang Nirname Akame. Very good. Good job. All right. Who's our last group? Julia's group.
Do you want me to turn we did it to a recording musically, but we were chanting too. But
okay, do your thing. Do your thing, Julie.
Well, let's demonstrate it first, yeah?
Yeah.
Okay. Govinde, Mukande, Udare, Apare, Hariyan, Karyang, right, left. Near I have to work on that word. And then slap your legs. Akame.
Okay, so it's Nirname Akame.
Nirname Akame.
Okay, one more time. One more time. Show us one more time.
Govinde, Mukande, Udare, Apare. Down. Hariyan, Karyang, Nirname Akame. So.
Okay, so you're going to do it 2 times. Sing it along. And smiling, everyone. Smile, smile.
That's not why you can hear that.
Good job. Beautiful. Beautiful. Now, your homework is to practice communication. Like let's do it for like a whole minute, okay? Whichever one you just developed, practice it for like a whole minute, if not 2 or 3, but get into it so like it's a smooth dance, right? And that you actually know how to chant it without the music. So go bend, whatever your movements are, just get into it. It's like a kriya, like you're following a kriya, like you develop this. This is your recipe. So just go into it. And eventually, the more you chant it, the more you practice it, the more enjoyable it becomes. It's a way for your mind to relax. It's a relaxation. Okay, so on top of you chanting and reciting your podes, which will be 12 to 20 for the next 2 weeks, you're practicing this too. So it's just the part of your everyday 1 to 3 minutes just to get into this as well. Okay, so get with your groups or do it alone, but like share it with your group so that you can all make it as smooth as possible, because we're going to see it again in 2 weeks and it's going to be a lot smoother. Okay, excellent. Good job, everybody. Excellent. Now, Sadhari, we're going to release them on break. What time would you like them back?
Yep, you'll be back in an hour.
Oh, you give him a whole hour after that? Okay, let's see you back in a whole hour from now.
Yes. Yeah.
Thank you, and we'll see you tomorrow. Satnam.
Is important for you to continue to grow, you know, and the very minimum to keep you going on days that you don't want to do it. You know, oh no, you know. So, you know, it's important to have that connection with others, and it will prove to you that that there's this process, and you can watch each other transform. Okay. So, you know, back just a little bit is that, yes, Ashtang mantra, because I saw your messages in chat, and yes, Ashtang mantra does associate with 8 vibrations. Okay. But so you want to think of it as it's 8 parts, 8 beats, or 8 limbs. Okay. Thinking of it this way. Okay. So the natural rhythm of Kundalini, right, that Kundalini energy and its movement, okay, it naturally, it's like natural, it's not you know, it's not a made up thing, it's a natural beat, and that beat of the Ashtang mantra actually creates a rhythm for the Kundalini to move. It automatically tells it to move. Okay, so in some, and you know, and some will say it's like, you know, a magical formula. Okay, and so just to give you a few more long ekongkars, right? Rama Dasa Sase Sohung is another Ashtang mantra. Guru Guru Wahe Guru Guru Ram Das, one of my favorites, is another Ashtang mantra. Okay, so there's a wide, you know, there's a wide level of different of these Ashtang mantras. So you got many to choose from. So, and just remember, it's a code. That code then unlocks. And when it unlocks, that's connecting you with the divine and the divine with you. Okay. Yeah.
Would you say if one were to do these, not to have music with it, just the sound of your own or whoever you're doing it with, or does it, what do you think?
No, I mean, it's, you know, it's whatever is going to work. I mean, what's nice, you know, like my preference is, because it is 2.5 hours, having the music in the background helps to stay on pace. Okay. And if for some reason, you know, there's a distraction of some sort, I got that music or I got that sound that's bringing me back to where I need to be. Yeah. So, but see, when you're chanting with others, okay, you may not find you need the music because you're all in that vibe together.
I also, if I could add, I also find that listening to the recording holds me accountable to not rush through it. So on Spotify, Haridas actually does the long ekongkars. And so that's who I follow along with every morning. So she takes long, deep breaths, and she really accentuates every syllable. So it really prevents me from kind of just rushing and mindlessly going through it. So.
Exactly. Yep. And that, you know, so yeah, if you're unsure of how to pronounce it, or if you're unsure of where the breath stops are, yeah, listen to. Thank you, Satpurk. I appreciate that. Putting it in the chat. Okay. Let's see. Trying to make sure. Let's see. Okay. So to tie in some of what we were learning earlier today, because we talked about celestial meditation, mala meditation. You can use a mala when you're chanting to help keep track of things, to help keep you on task of using a mala. Does everybody know how to use a mala? Does everybody know what a mala is? Yeah. Okay.
But I don't know how to use it.
Okay. All right. Let's see. Well, I bring it up and mine's not here. That's all right. We can use the tantric mala. Okay. So when you have a mala, typically one thing you're going to learn, and you'll learn this in other traditions. In some traditions, you're going to find a mala is only supposed to be used in the right hand. Okay. In Kundalini yoga, this technology teaches you that it's both the left and the right hand, either or. Why? Because we're balancing out ourselves, we're balancing out our frequency. Okay. We cannot ignore one side or the other. And I say this like, you know, it's think of yourself like a battery. Okay. You have positive and negative side. You have sun energy, you have moon energy. So it's important because actually the right side represents sun, left represents the moon. So it's important that you recognize that we do have these abilities to use both sides. That's number one when we're using a mala. So when we're using a mala, you have, if you, does anybody have one with you? Because if you want to use it, you can. It makes it easier. And another trick with a mala, I bring this up too, because if you're someone who likes to fiddle with your hands, or you get nervous, or you know people, children, adults that get nervous, using a mala can be helpful for them to have in their hand. Why might that be? Why might it be important for someone who fiddles with their hands, you know, for them to have a mantra in their, a mala in their hand?
Because in my experience, having that tactile feedback keeps the mind from racing, and it actually helps me pay attention, actually. So.
Right, exactly. And it helps you be in tune with your center. Okay. So when you have a mala, typically, and I don't have the right one, but I will. So you're going to see different malas. Some have a tassel on the end. Some have a tassel and a larger bead. So Bethany's got a good example of one in her screen now, if you want to see it. Okay. So usually the larger bead or the bead that's attached could be the same size or attached to a tassel, right? This is known as the guru bead. This is the place of where you start. Okay. And so actually you don't start there. You start with the one after it. Okay. And so you're using one hand. You're not using two hands to do this. You're using one. All right. And so you could hold one bead. Okay. Let's see. I got one bead in my hand. Let's see. Get the camera. Just one. As I hold that, okay, I can chant, right? Guru Guru Wai Guru, Guru Ram Das Guru. And I move to the next bead. Guru Guru Wai Guru, Guru Ram Das Guru, right? I'm using the Ashtang mantra to do this for this example, okay? And so, and as you grab a bead and you keep moving down, you keep moving. So you're gonna make room for your hand for it to go through. So as I move, Guru Guru Wai Guru, Guru Ram Das Guru. You see how it's going down this inside of my hand? Okay, so you're moving it this way, right? So it's flowing through the palm of your hand, all right? So you can do this with your eyes closed. You can do this with your eyes open, okay? You can do this standing. You can do this sitting in a chair or sitting on the floor, okay? And if you're doing, and if you're doing it properly, you want to be sitting in reverence, with yourself in a slight neck lock and just relaxing. And you can have it holding up here, or you can have it resting in your lap. But it is not, we don't want to have it dragging on the floor. It's not appropriate to be dragging it on the floor or dangling on the floor. Okay. So when we do this mantra, when we have this tactile connection, it allows us to stay on track. It allows us to go through. Now you're going to have different malas that are 108. You're going to have them, some of them are going to be 24. And when you get to this guru mantra, excuse me, Guru Mala. That's the larger mala. You want to, Bethany, you want to hold your mala up again? So that once you reach all the way around and you're holding now you're holding on to that bigger bead or that Guru bead, all right? That's the time that you start again. So normally we turn this around and we begin again. So you can, when you're holding that bead, that larger bead that's connected to a tassel, sometimes not, that's a time you can hold that bead and you can say a mini prayer, or you can just simply chant the mantra again that you've been chanting. Okay. And then you begin again. Okay. And so, and sometimes when people pick up a mala, you know, maybe you just kind of just start going through it because you like the feel of the beads going through your hand. Okay. And it feels good. All right. But then it's going to bring to you an awareness. And then you're going to usually tap into some mantra with it. This is going to allow you to stay on track when you use the mala. All right. And so I have an example video that I'll send to you so that you have it, because this is another technique. In particular, like I said, it's helpful when, you know, you want to gain concentration, say you're distracted, and you want to gain some focus. It's also, again, it's something that's immediately going to bring you to your center. And when you use, there's all different kinds of malas, some made of sandalwood, some made of rudraksha seed, some are made, you know, like the one I have here is what's called a tantric mala. So it's not quite used the same way, but this one has different gems and stones. All right. You know, because some of them create heat. And that's one of the things that happens is when we're using a mala, you combined with a mantra, you can create heat in the body. So finding the right mala that's going to work for you. So, you know, because the more heated we get, that's more fire. The more fire, the more transformation. Okay. But this isn't always correct for everybody. All right. So particularly, for example, a woman who is on her menstrual cycle, okay, particularly those 3 days, creating more heat in the body is not key at that time, because you already have heat and it's moving outward with regards to that menstrual cycle. So you creating more is creating more of a detoxification effect on the body. And it's just not usually the best time. Okay. Did you want to add anything to that, Satpurk, that I may have forgot? No? Moving right along.
Thank you. That was really helpful.
For sure. Okay. So who knows why we keep steady during meditation? Why do we keep steady during meditation? What happens when you move?
You disturb the energy you've created. It shifts around.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So it does move around and it messes with your frequency.
Right.
Okay. So, but what's key is that as much as being settled during meditation practices is of significance and it is important, we have to keep in mind that every body is at their own level. And for some, movement is what helps them get there, or that's where they're starting from. All right. So while we tell you that we'd like for you not to sway, we'd like for you to practice being still, because the more still you are, the more deeply connected you become with your oneself and that connection to the divine source. Okay. That's within you. The more still, because why? Because when we're more still, our observation skills, our witnessing skills, our noticing skills expand. and we literally can see it. We can become aware of it. But when we're moving, you know, you just imagine yourself, I don't know about you, but you know, I like to jam out in my car to mantras. I'm one of those people who rolls down the windows, and I got mantras playing so that the whole world can hear them. Okay, but I'm like, you know, I'm getting with it. Okay, it's like, you know, I'm singing loud, you know, moving my hands, whatever, you know, and it's great. Now I'm a distracted driver, right? But anyway, so but what happens is when we're moving, we're creating a drift in our attention, and we may not notice it, you know. I love it when I see this, well, I don't know, it's probably not the best example, but it's mine. So I may go into a grocery store and I may be waiting in line for people ahead of me. Now, sometimes I do have issues with people and their efficiency of that checkout. And I say to myself, if they weren't, you know, busy doing this, they're doing some extra thing. They're either gabbing and trying to do things, but they don't have that meditative mind. So all of a sudden now we've got more minutes that are calculating, they're going by, that is of an energy that is going, blasting a distraction outward rather than coming inward. When we sway, right, we're going outward, and you know, we need to come inward. So, but it is wherever we're going to start from. Okay, so you need to honor that process in you. Notice when if someone's, you know, says, I think Haridas mentioned it, someone was swaying or something during sadhana or whatever. Okay, just notice though, notice when you want to sway. Okay, because that's likely a sign, right, that your mind is trying to drift you off somewhere else. Okay, so honor that process that it takes for you, and there's nothing wrong with it happening. Don't be rigid about it either, right? And it can take it from me, because I used to be one of those people. I used to be very, very rigid in years ago with students that I was teaching something else. But that doesn't demonstrate flexibility. Flexibility of our bodies, flexibility of our mind. Okay. And we have to always remember that ourselves, as well as anybody else we meet, we don't know exactly what place they're coming from. And sometimes, as we've talked about previously, some of those movements can be very soothing for some. And that soothingness can help bring them to that place of being still, but they need to kind of have that prior, you know? So it's just kind of honoring what you need, what others need, and being able to be aware of all angles. Do you sway, Satpur?
I do not sway now. I might shift only because I might shift because I'm aging, and sometimes I'm like, oh God, you know, like I have to move. But I will add that this was something I developed. So, you know, when I just briefly, I mean, I didn't do my teacher training until 5 years after I was practicing Kundalini yoga. I mean, I never thought of myself as a teacher, anything. I just felt better and I showed up. I was like, you're the teacher, I'm the student. And when I showed up, my mind, it was like overflowing. I couldn't, that's why I liked it. I could move, I could, you know, do things, I could chant because my mind was so busy. Just taking meditation where you were just silent at that time in my life was like, I couldn't do it. So it took me a while. And what I realized too with the moving was the nervous system. Having a strong enough nervous system, the things that we do in the practice actually helped me strengthen my nervous system so that I actually could hold still. That was a huge part of it for me. And Cold showers, a huge fan. Huge fan of the cold shower to strengthen your nervous system, like to hold, like to get strong that way, to be able to sit. Okay, that's all I have to say. Thanks, Sadhari.
You need to unmute, Sadhari.
How many of you experienced the gong? So when you've experienced the gong, where does that take you? Because that gong, that sound of the gong, that's something else that you can't attach. You can't attach a thought to that. It's its own unique tool to help us transform at some of our most subtle levels. And in fact, remove karma of 15 years, whatever you've built up, just by sitting, lying down, listening to the gong and the vibration that the gong creates. Now, we don't typically play the gong here in class simply because it just doesn't seem to come across very well on Zoom. So I'm going to send you some examples that you may not have heard. So those of you who have experienced the gong, have you tried to think at the same time? Can you think at the same time? No.
Really?
You can't. And, you know, in Kundalini Yoga, in this technology, you know, we make use of gongs just like it's a tool, like a mala is our tool, like music that we may use in class is a tool, because it gets right into that subconscious and starts purifying it, cleansing it, detoxifying it, that gong. And a lot of times, a lot of Kundalini Yoga practitioners use what's called the symphonic gong because of the different tones and levels it can play, because it's very versatile. Do you have your gong there, Satpurk? No?
Yes, I have my gong, and it's a symphonic gong, and I love my gong. And I love gonging, and I miss it. I haven't really gonged because it doesn't really translate that well over the Zoom. You know, I have, but it's not the that's my experience. I'm happy to play it though for anybody if they want to, but I still think it doesn't translate. What do you think, Sadhari? Have you guys been playing the gongs at all over?
No, I mean, it's a professional setup is needed to really do the gong justice when you're playing it on Zoom. Yeah. And there's a few people that do have that setup and ability. However, I'm a gong fanatic, so playing the gong on my own for my own selfish reasons, I do. Okay, and so I'm going to be sending you a video so that you can see how to play one, because it's one thing that I encourage, that even if you're not going to play one in your classes, you play it for yourself, play it for your animals, play it for your family, play it for the structure and the vibration changes in your own home, because it'll penetrate through it all. Did you have something you were going to add? Yeah.
Oh, yeah, someone just texted or chatted about being expensive. They are.
They can be.
They're handmade. I mean, they're unique, and I know that my experience, like, I feel like it's a pretty cosmic experience when when the gong comes. Like it is, I was like, all of a sudden I knew, like I wanted one, but it was felt like it was a mental thing. Like, sure, like I want a gong, do you know? But then once I really knew I was getting the gong, like it was a deeper experience, and it was like having a baby. I was like, not that I was like, oh my God, make room. And literally the gong came in like 3 days. I mean, it manifested so fast. Once I knew, I asked and they were like, yeah, sure. And here it comes. And I'm making space, and like had this perfect spot for it. And it's really yours. Like there's no other gong like it in the world. That's what's so great about it. Like they're handmade and they might sound similar or look similar, but they're each individual. And you have that special relationship with your gong. And I've taught with the gong, like Sadhari, I'm a gong fanatic, and I would teach classes, you know, with 20 minutes of gong. And then I would just gong at my house. All the time, people would just come and I would gong only just because it's such a powerful tool. And so when you know, you'll know, and it's worth it.
Yeah. And it's you know, it shifts you the minute you listen to it. And so having just a gong sesh, as we call them, you know, it's you know, you can do it for 15, 20 minutes or a couple of hours. Okay. You know, Haridas sells gongs. I sell gongs. My gongs, though, if you need a payment plan, just tell me. People got to be brave and step up and say when they need a payment plan, I can get you any gong you want. I have many here. I have a couple here. I have some of my favorites because I do love my symphonic gong, but I also am a big fan of the Sonotic Moon gong that I love to play on, you know, all the significant moon days. So don't let the fact that they seem expensive get in your way. You know, look at it from this perspective of a tool, and, you know, and then start playing with the idea of what one you want. I mean, you can have a symphonic gong. That's great. That's what a lot of Kundalini yoga practitioners use. The reason they use it is because it's orchestral. It's symphonic. It's very versatile. Whereas other gongs, say your planetary gongs, okay, they are tuned at a frequency that's associated with that particular planet or body, okay? And so the sound and the hertz is different, okay? It doesn't have the wide range that something like a symphonic gong does, okay? And you can, and then again, size matters, okay? So that's also what plays a role in how the cost is, because the bigger they go, the bigger they are, then, you know, the bigger the cost. So, and then learning how to use the mallets, the different size mallets, and having a gong stand and gong bag for some of you, because I like to have one I pack around. so I can take it with me wherever. And believe me, I've hung them on some things that between two trees. So anyway, don't hesitate, ask your questions about gongs, and I'll send you videos so you can experiment with listening to different people playing the gong and understand how it's used. And then I'm going to send you a list too of like different kinds of gongs, and then how, you know, you choose mallets, right? You know, this is something for you to, you know, have as a resource, so you know when it's time for you, that you'll know, you know, what you might want to check out. And I'll send you videos too of the different sounding gongs so that you can at least be able to hear what the different types sound like. Someone raised their hand. Oh, okay, Julia.
Yeah, thanks. I was just thinking about, because a lot of talking about the function of gongs. I mean, I understand that it's a different experience than, say, chanting a mantra, but I'd love to like just understand a little bit, compare and contrast of like, are what these gongs achieving something that we cannot achieve through mantra alone?
Go ahead, Satpurk. I'll let you go ahead.
Well, I mean, I've heard it said through my teacher that, you know, the most powerful way, right? Because the sound strengthens the nervous system, right? Like I was talking about the nervous system with the cold showers and the sound. So that's going to strengthen your sympathetic nervous system, right? The one that actually, so that you can actually hold the energy and like be slow and calm everything down and be still. And so I've heard that like so it goes white tantric yoga, gong, and then kundalini yoga mantra is like the three in that order, most powerful way to, right? Because we're working at dumping our subconscious. Those are the three. Now, you know, I can't say that that is proof or anything. I go by experience. I listen to the knowledge and then I go by my experience. And when I've worked with the gong, and especially if you guys know anybody in your area, I know it's still maybe COVID and studios aren't open yet, but if you know anybody that has a gong or was going to a teacher, I would, after you look at the videos from Sadhari or whatever, then I would go try to play one, because playing one and experiencing it, then it becomes a whole nother, you're like, oh my God, another level. That was my experience. And the experience of the gong is, yeah, I mean, my mind's pretty busy. So it took that to kind of knock me out. Like some, you know, anything else, especially with my students, because you're going to attract, right, who you are. Like they're pretty intense too. So I was like, if I can't get them with the kundalini, I'm definitely going to get them with the gong. Not me personally, right? Like, because it's not about me, but I'm like the technology and the practice. So the gong is so powerful. Usually, like if they come in with all their anxiety and their stuff and they can't just like get it out of their space, that gong has just like, they finally are like, oh my God, like they can finally relax, right, without a pill or a drink or whatever else they use. Yeah.
Nice, thank you. Yeah, it's so, you know, one of my favorite ones that said about the gong is that, you know, you think of the gong as creativity, and whoever's playing it is literally tapping into the universe. And so and that sound frequency is then bringing that universe to you. So the gong is going to provoke everything. So I don't know any of you who've done rebirthing stuff in the past, or you've gone through some incredibly intense counseling sessions to deal with your childhood, whatever it is. Okay. So all the icky, sticky stuff, you know, it starts to come out during the gong. It can uplift you, it can cleanse you, it can detoxify you. Sometimes it's a very freeing and ecstatic experience. Other times it's like something that was haunted has just come out of me. Okay, and it's leaving me. Okay, so everybody has different experiences depending on that time in their life and whatever, you know, they've got stuck, you know, in their subconscious. That's, I mean, whatever's in that subconscious, you know, we don't necessarily know, other than there's stuff stuck there. The gong helps bring it all out. And that's and that can be a very fun process. And it could be a very, you know, one of those times where you are just literally sitting and laying down with the gong, you know, and just noticing, because your darkness, your lightness, your in-betweenness is all going to come out during different gong sessions. Mm-hmm.
Is a gong something that would be used with children?
Yes, it can be. Usually though, usually you want to wait until they're 10, 11. However, if they're going to be younger than that, you just want to be conscientious of the sound, the vibration of the gong. So they may need some noise canceling headphones because of their, eardrums. So.
Yeah, I just wanted to add, like, yeah, in regards to kids and also pregnant women. I think I have experienced a lot of people that are, if they're practitioners and have been coming to the gong and we're in the gong and they're pregnant, they'll keep bringing their babies in because they're already used to that sound vibration. But like Sadhati said, it's an amplification, right? So, and eventually, like when I first heard the gong, I was like, I don't like this at all. I was like, what is going on? I don't understand what everyone's talking about, and I'm not really into it. It took me a while before I actually could allow it, because I was like kind of blocking it. I was like, this is really noisy, and I'm not getting what people are like, oh, I'm so into gong, even like how I am now. And it took me a little while. And now, once I kind of went through the different things, as Sadhati said, it becomes like this cozy place where it's like kind of for me, it's like an easy way, like, oh my God, I don't have to just sit there like for 2.5 hours and chanting or my body hurts. You know what I mean? I'm like, if someone is really tapped in, like playing the gong for like 20 minutes or whatever, or longer, I can just curl up and I can just get in, and I am like held with that whole vibration. I mean, I think that's part of why it doesn't translate on Zoom, because the entire vibration in your body, you're just held in this. It's like the sound of the universe. Like you're just held in it, and it's like, it on a deep level. And then I kind of just move into this amazing, peaceful, deep space, like between sleep and, I guess that might be the theta space, between sleep and not sleep. And let it do its work. I'm not, anyway. So I just wanted to add, but also in the amplification, like in our trainings, I brought my gong in because we get gong, like we would bring our gongs in, because if we were actually all meeting live, you would be able to like play it. Each person would play it. But it was really interesting. I watched, like, there were 4 different people going up to my gong, and like 2 of them were negative and 2 of them were positive. It was like just amplifying where their consciousness was at. They were like, there's really dark energy in this gong. And they were like projecting, right? And then someone else would be like, wow, this is the most beautiful gong. That's the most beautiful energy. So it will amplify big time.
How's everybody doing? Yeah. How many want to go listen to the gong now? So Baldev is going to be coming on soon. Let's see. Satpuk, did you want to talk about Pratyahar real quick? Well, this is on, let's see. It's like, I'm talking about like the language of Pratyahar, what it is, because we're talking about meditating with silent awareness or mantra, and then Pratyahar kind of, brings everything, ties everything together, especially with what we've been talking about, the meditation and the meditative mind.
What page did you say it was on, Sadhati?
The old book, there's 132. The new one, I literally just got the brand new book, so it's
I think it's 130. Pratyahar.
Yeah, it's 130.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Yeah, so I mean, kind of like when the mind is it's like how am I going to describe that? Like I can describe it how they say in the book, right? A person's own, it's like pointed toward infinity, but that, like, when, I guess I'm going to describe it how I would describe it in human terms, like when I can get out of my own, did you guys go through the cycle of intellect? Yeah. Okay. So, right. So when you can, right, when you're successful, or like, that sounds judgmental, but when you can actually be able to kind of experience like what it's like to actually, you know, have the crazy mind, and then through your meditation for longer periods, like it took me a while before I could actually kind of have a deeper experience of even what pratyahar was like, because then I was like, wow, I see that now my energy is like, I'm not hooking into my emotional reactiveness, like, and my negative thoughts or whatever those things were that were kind of, I don't want to say torturing me. That's it was kind of hard, but it was like, I felt imprisoned by them, to be honest. Like I had no way to get out of it. So when I could actually feel the difference within my own practice, and understand that is the feeling that I want, then my energy, all of the energy becomes like, right, like all of my frequency and where I want to go is towards that. And so it's like a synchronization, I guess, is similar to what we talked about in the beginning, right? That figure 8 of like, well, now I feel I am synchronized with all the whatever, the universal energy and also my own energy on earth. And it's kind of hard to explain. I mean, there is a lot about it in your book, but it's definitely being able to, for me to switch into like, how would I'm like turning things within and have like the power of choice to turn those things into, like, say, you know, if I have an emotion, can I then turn it, right? That's kind of the cycle of intellect. We're in doing all these practices so that it makes it easier to be in this like more synchronized space of pratyahar. Does that make sense? Kind of. I feel like I just went around in like a huge mess. So Sadhara, you called me on the spot on that one. So
No worries. Yeah, I mean, you did well. I mean, it really is. It's about synchronizing. You know, one of this, I don't know if it's in everybody's book, but it's one of my favorite ones that is about this, and is that if you can talk like infinity, live like infinity, feel like infinity, and deal like infinity, then you become a living infinity. Okay. But in order to get there, in order to get to what that sentence says, you have to come and totally synchronize. And that synchronizing, crystallizing of self. All right. So an example might be that, you know, I like to look at it as, you know, being one with everything versus seeing the differences. It's not necessarily seeing the sameness of everything or the differences of everything. It's just being and living in that expansive way. Okay. So while you may be able to tap into the breath, it's noticing in that breath, I'm at one. Noticing that blade of grass, I'm at one with the divine, with infinity, right? But there's a process that we go through. And that's why when pratyahar, when it comes to the practice, that's why you have, you know, it is to synchronize, but you have to, you know, it's analyzing and totally shelling out everything and realizing the praise of God out of everything. So for example, you know, and the way I started this is I started like being grateful for everything. Regardless if I thought that way, I started being grateful for everything. I wake up, thank you. I'm so thankful I woke up. I don't care how I felt. I mean, I did care, but you know what I mean? I just like, you know, I just kept saying thank you. Thank you and being grateful. Thankful, you know, thank you for having a toilet. Thank you for having water, blessing my water. You know, thank you for being able to smell the fresh air. Thank you for, you know, that's how I started my process towards pratyahar, is simply by the act of being grateful for every single thing. Okay. And so for me, it was one of those things. I mean, I literally can tell you, to be honest, it was like a fake it type of a thing, that is how it started with me, because it was just like, you know, I just needed something. I needed something simple that would get me in the habit. And then what happened is that then all of a sudden things started shifting in me, and I started to live in that space. And then I got interested in mantra, you know? So like, see, my thing right now for years and years now, I mean, it's like, I want mantra in the background frequency, no matter what I'm doing. Because if I'm connected with that vibration of mantra, silently, background frequency, verbally, whatever, then that place of oneness for me is there. Because that I want it there every moment of every single day. I don't care if I'm sleeping. I don't care if I'm awake. Okay. And so that's how I began to synchronize myself, because I had to start with something really practical, really simple. And like I said, it was like, I mean, I'm not a person. I mean, I'm not a morning person. So me saying grateful. Okay. All right. I'd rather be in my cozy covers. Okay. But right. But then see, all of a sudden sadhana started to kick in. All right. And then my love for sadhana started to take over because of what I got out of sadhana. You know, because I used to rise, and because of my spiritual practices for many, many, many years, I literally just made myself rise and, you know, just did it, you know, because I'm connecting with God, I'm connecting with the divine. But then it came to a point to where it's about connecting with what I would consider more of an authentic self. And that was through recognizing that divine within me. Because I grew up like many of you may have grown up, right? That, you know, God's somewhere out here, or the divine's somewhere out here. Okay. And so, and I brought that into my spiritual practices. So I'm syncing with something I think is up in the sky, rather than syncing with myself and syncing with what is living right in, residing within me. So that's, you know, and so whatever it is for you, I don't know, what did you do, Satpurk or Baldev? What did you do to kind of get yourself starting to synchronize, you know? Do you remember what it might have been for you?
I just, I liked that. I had other tools like that, and also like the gratitude. And I also used tools that, because I had a lot of resentment, and this isn't something in the Kundalini, it was just something that I had learned elsewhere. I started praying for other people. And that really helped me a lot. And I still work on deeper levels with my own kind of qualities or characteristics that way. It's just a kind of a more thorough cleansing, but it took me time. But I'm not saying it has to take you time, because I think because I think that the more I practiced, and the more I surrounded myself with the frequency, then I could really feel the shift. And like I said, you might feel it maybe one day in sadhana, or maybe you feel it whenever you do. Everything happened like sometimes I would feel it for maybe a few minutes or maybe an evening, and then it would go away. So it was definitely something that I developed over time, like all of these kind of esoteric subtle energies, like where I could kind of recognize that was actually really happening to me. And it's kind of, or not happening to me, but more like it's happening because it's like happening like everything's happening simultaneously. And I think it's more of a development of the neutral mind, right? So then it's like, I feel like I'm in a more neutral space. I can observe life. I'm not having to attach or judge it. And the same I feel is in me.
Yeah. It's it's a bowing to oneself, and that's something that in surrendering to oneself, and one of the things I had gotten a long time ago for my tantric numerology is doing Jap Sahib, and I'm not sure if you have the Sacred Nim or anybody's seen that, but Jap Sahib will do it maybe later today or whatnot. But the act of bowing to the sound current of Jap Sahib, which is, we don't have enough time to go into it right now at the moment, but I learned to bow to myself. I learned to surrender to thyself. And I recognize that thyself was that divine. And so that was also, lots of people have done that kind of a practice where you instead of bowing to something that's outside yourself, you learn to bow to yourself and the divine all at once. Baldev, you probably have really good experience to share.
Yeah, but it has nothing to do with yoga or meditation. Okay. It has to do with reciting from the Sri Guru Granth Sahib, which is the Sikh sacred books. And it's delves into that bowing. See, in the Sikh way of life, we don't have our living guru is a manuscript that was put together by many people, Buddhists, Hindus, Muslims, Jains, Sikhs. And it's just a compilation of words that have been revealed to people in a spiritual way, that when you recite the words, and we do these things where you can read for like an hour at a time or 2 hours at a time and just constantly read. And it's like, gives you this sense of you're reading these sacred words in a space that creates a sense of getting the answers to all your questions without having to ask the questions, because it just kind of shows up in front of you. And it's sort of like it takes you into a state that is beyond physical recognition. And it just kind of puts you into a state of where you're no longer looking at things for like, what's this meditation going to do for me? Or what's this yoga set going to do for me? Or what is it? And all you're doing is you're bowing to that vibration, so to speak. And so you're opening yourself up to that vibration, which is what all this is all about, is opening yourself up to the vibrations so that you can resonate at a vibration that is more than you, or is more than all the sum of your parts. And when you can feel that in you, then you're at that state where you're at the infinite and not at that infinite at the same time. And that's really the blessings that come with that. The other places is it's happened when I've gone to the Golden Temple. It happened when I read Japji 84 Steps in Goenwald. There's just a lot of places and instances in my life where that's taken place, and it's sustainable because, you know, if you ever feel like, at least for me, if I ever feel like I'm meandering off of there, I can just have that experience again and, you know, touch that, my forehead to the ground. And like Sudhari said, it's like learning to bow to yourself. And, you know, it's one of the things that we try to get people to understand is the power of having an altar. It gives you that opportunity to bow to something other than just yourself, right? Just so you can bow to something greater than you. And that's really, when you do that, you open yourself up to the infinite, because you've taken yourself away from your own needs, so to speak, and you've given yourself to the needs of the infinite and opened yourself to the needs of the infinite. So that's what I have to say.
Thank you, Baldev. Well, thank you, everybody. We're going to have to take a break now, and then Baldev will be taking over in about, what do you want to give him, Baldev? 10 minutes? Okay, so see you back here in 10 minutes. Thank you so much. Thank you, Satpur. See you all soon.
Thank you.
So Satpur, oh, I'm always looking for a piece of paper and it's on my computer. So well, yeah, Baldev, based on time, is Satpur going to have time to, I don't know, either lead Kirtan Kriya, or I don't know if you want to change it to Jap Sahib.
I think we need something that's going to give these people energy. They're falling asleep.
Okay, so you're going to start with something then?
Yeah, I thought I could do an 11-minute breath meditation that's for stress relief and energy.
Okay.
Have you guys done any breakouts today at all?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, we've done, they did celestial communication. We had a breakout for that, and they had lots this morning. And we went long. So yeah, so I mean, I'd like for them to do some movement. You know, that's why I thought of, instead of Kirtan Kriya.
Yeah, I mean, if you want to do Jap Sahib, if you want to do bowing Jap Sahib, that's great. That'll take care of, you know, the energy, but we should start with that.
Okay. Are you comfortable starting with that, Satpur, or either one of you want? I mean, it doesn't matter, whoever wants to lead it.
Oh, I don't have to lead it. I mean, I'm pretty flexible. So if you, Baldev, do you have the music and everything for it kind of available? Do you want to lead it, or do you want me to do it? I'm fine either way, honestly.
Why don't you lead it? Because I'd have to track down the music for it.
Okay.
Unless you have it handy, I think I can probably find it.
Okay.
I have the music if it's needed, but that means my mic would have to be on.
Hold on.
I think I have it. Hold on. I'm sure I do. Hold on. Let's see. Got to find the meditation though, and I'm not sure where that is. You guys are like catching me off guard. Like,
yeah, I can give that to you.
If you have it handy, just do that. Like, and maybe we could put it up for them. I don't know, because they probably don't have it either, right?
No, they don't.
Which music is it? Which music is it?
It's a, I know.
Sahib?
Yeah.
It's
it goes to
Who's the artist?
I'm trying to remember.
Well, I do it from from the bunnies.
Okay. So I'm putting the link in there. So it's, I mean, I just pulled it from 3HO. So you have the meditation in front of you.
Oh, thank you.
And then now see, for me, I use you know, my favorite guy.
I do the old style, which I like with the
I think I use Professor Sethi is who's I normally use.
Do you?
Yeah, I just like it personally, but you know, it's up to, you know, whatever one you want to use.
I'm trying to find it.
Yeah, because
I can give you the sample, and then if you want to use something more modern, I'm okay with that too. I don't.
Yeah, it's Satnam. I think this is let me see.
Professor Satnam Singh Sethi.
Yeah.
I
got
do
that.
it to Jap Sahib. Whoops.
Yeah, so it's whatever works, you know. That's the one I use.
Hold on. This is the one I use by Ragi Satnam. And I use Jap Sahib.
Okay, folks.
Can you hear it, or is that just too traditional? Wait, they're talking right now, but hold on. So we do it. Can you?
Yeah, that's
the
fine.
same one I use.
Huh?
That's the same one I use.
Oh, okay. We like it.
Yeah.
All right. So how long should we do it for? 11 minutes?
11 minutes. Hi, Chris.
So I'm not going to teach right after Kirtan Kriya. I don't think we'd have time.
What do you mean?
I'm not going to do the Kirtan Kriya at the end of the
No.
We're doing this instead.
Instead.
Yeah, that's what I thought. I just want to be sure, because if it's okay, I might leave a pinch early just because I'm supposed to be somewhere, but I told them I was going to be late. But if I can leave a little bit early, is that okay?
Yeah, you can leave after this meditation.
Yeah, communication's key. That's why we're doing it.
Baldev, thank you. I don't think I'm going to leave. I want to stay for a little bit, but I might just, cut out early.
All right.
All right. So
Chris, Chris, you met Chris before, right? Satpurk, yeah?
Oh yeah, I did. I think I met him. I know he was leading Kriya last weekend. Hi, Chris. Satnam.
Hi, how are you? No.
So Chris, we're going to do a meditation first, and then we're going to do some teaching, and we won't get everything done today, but that's okay at all. It'll all work out in the wash.
We can't get it all done in one lifetime. Okay.
Oh yeah, I was going to tell you that, Baldev, that well, all of us, that tomorrow morning we have to start the morning with sadhana feedback at 7 o'clock.
Okay, so giving feedback to the people that led sadhana?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, that's what Haridas wants to do, and then she'll be here for that part, and then but you are on deck for doing the yoga history. So
yeah.
But that's but we want to keep that feedback session to 15 minutes,
Okay.
or less. So
all right, sounds good.
Okay.
So who's playing the music for this?
Whoever wants to.
Okay.
I mean, did you guys hear mine? If you have better speakers, because I'm like. I'm gonna say yes.
Does that sound good?
Yeah, I think that sounds good, and then that way you can help me keep time.
All right. I'll just leave it there because it'll start doing its thing in a minute.
Okay.
समहित सुर नर असुर नेत नेत बन तृण कहत तब सर्व नाम कथय कवन कर्म नाम वर्णत सुमत उजं पर्यात छंद नमस्तुन.
There we go. All set
Cool.
with the first Namastung.
Very good, Baldev. Thank you.
Cool. All right. So what does this show? It shows.
So we have so Jeff Sahib now, and then are you going to be here? No, this is yeah. No. Yes. So tomorrow we have pituitary gland and Sudarshan chakra for, unless, you know, given the day we end up doing something else,
Yeah,
other
totally.
other kind of meditation. So
I'm just going to give you guys a vocabulary lesson, a speech lesson. It's not Sahib, it's Saib.
Saib.
Just
Saib.
Saib.
I know. I thank you for the reminder.
Thank you. I know. Me too.
Like, I always think about, like, you know, how I'm pronouncing others, and it's like,
yeah.
Thank you, Baldev. Appreciate it.
All right, so everybody should be coming back. I see bodies moving. A couple more people. We're going to start with a meditation that you have to do from a sitting on your heels position. So if you all could do that, then we'll tune in real quick to get our energy back together. And then Satpurk will lead us in this beautiful meditation. So just to center ourselves, bring your hands together at the heart center. Inhale, exhale, inhale. Adgare name, Jugadgare name, Satgare name, Siddhi Guru Deve name. Adgare name, Jugadgare name, Satgare name, Siddhi Guru Deve name. Adgare name, Jugadgare name, Satgare name, Siddhi Guru Deve name. Inhale. Exhale. Okay, Satpurk. You want to explain the meditation?
Okay, so we were talking about, like, Baldev right before break was talking about bowing, and then we got together and we're like, we should do this a little bit, just a little bit of movement in regards to the bowing, and just on a kind of yogic fact, like, before I explain the meditation, with the bowing, I used to have, like, problems with bowing, especially to people that were supposed to be holy. You know, I had my own inner authority issues when I first started, but it was explained to me, right, that if you bow, not only out of reverence and all those things that I couldn't actually feel at the time that I do now, that when we're talking about pratyahar, bowing to that, like, you know, the infinite self inside of me, but with another person, and that you're actually oftentimes in the presence of their energy field, of their darshan, and by bowing, like, you actually, like, take that in your auric field, right, their energy in your crown, and let it, like, wash you across your aura, right? And even so, when we think about, like, so I had to think about these things in order for my mind to shift out of whatever was blocking me from kind of receiving the benefits of all kinds of teachings. And the bowing too, right, where our blood is going and kind of flooding our brain, flooding our pituitary gland, right, and the pineal gland, just from, like, a metaphysical point of view, right, kind of stimulating that energy. So if we can sit on our heels, if that's possible, then that's great, and your hands are going to be on your thighs, okay? And we're gonna bow to the music. And I saw how to put the link in there. Did you guys get the link? Do you see that? If in case you need to pull it up and you see.
She may have just sent it privately because it's not in the everyone chat. Just
I see. Okay. Let me see if I can do it on the.
I got it.
Yeah. Okay. Thanks.
Yeah.
Okay. So we're gonna bow. You'll hear the music, and we're gonna bow to the count. And the mantra that you first kind of hear that Baldev has set up. You'll have your hands on your thighs, right? And then you're gonna Namastang. You come up, right? So Namastang. Inhale. Namastang. Exhale, and you'll bow. And so if you can, if possible, put that, put your forehead to kind of stimulate that sixth chakra area on the floor. Okay. So it's a pretty simple meditation. However, we're just gonna have a little experience of it and see how you experience this meditation. Yeah. So are you guys clear with that?
Can you show one more? Can you just show one more?
Can you see me? Yeah, I know, me and my Zoom. So I'm on my heels, right? Hands are on my thighs. And you're bowing here. And then inhale up here, inhale up, and you'll hear the music. It'll be like Namastang, 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 and then there'll be a pause. You'll pause, and then you'll go back. And it might take around like a minute or two to hear the rhythm of the music, but it should be in like 4 counts. 1, 2, 3, 4, pause, 1. Okay. It'll be easier with the music, I think. Do you guys all see that and kind of understand it? You can watch me for a round, just to be clear. Yeah? Okay.
नाम कथे कौन कर्म नाम वर्णत सुमत उजंग पर्यात छंद नमस्तं काले नमस्तं कृपाले नमस्तं रूपे नमस्तं अनूपे नमस्तं अपेखे नमस्तं लेखे नमस्तं काये नमस्तं जाये नमस्तं गंजे नमस्तं बंजे नमस्तं नामे नमस्तं ठामे नमस्तं कर्मं नमस्तं धर्मं नमस्तं अनामं नमस्तं धामं नमस्तं जीते नमस्तं भीते नमस्तं बाहे नमस्तं अताहे नमस्तं अनिले नमस्तं अनादे नमस्तं अचेदे नमस्तं अगाधे नमस्तं गंजे नमस्तं भंजे नमस्तं उदारे नमस्तं अपारे नमस्तं सोके नमस्तं अनेके नमस्तं अभूते नमस्तं अजूते नमस्तं निर्कर्मे नमस्तं निर्भरमे नमस्तं निर्देशे नमस्तं निर्भेशे नमस्तं निर्नामे नमस्तं निर्कामे नमस्तं निर्धाते नमस्तं निर्धाते नमस्तं निर्दूते नमस्तं अभूते नमस्तं आलोके नमस्तं अशोके नमस्तं निर्तापे नमस्तं यथापे नमस्तं तिर्माने नमस्तं निधाने नमस्तं अगाहे नमस्तं अबाहे नमस्तं तिर्वर्गे नमस्तं असर्गे नमस्तं परभोगे नमस्तं सुभोगे नमस्तं अरण्ये नमस्तं अभुये नमस्तं अगम्ये नमस्सत्पुरम्ये नमस्तं जलाश्रे नमस्तं निराश्रे नमस्तं अजाते नमस्तं अपाते नमस्तं अमजबे नमस्सत्ते अजबे अदेशं अदेशे नमस्तं अभेशे नमस्तं निर्धामे नमस्तं निर्वाणे नमो सर्वकाले सर्वव्याले नमो सर्वरूपे नमो सर्वभूते नमो सर्वखापे नमो सर्वथापे नमो सर्वकाले नमो सर्वपाले नमस्ते देवे नमस्तं देवे नमस्तं अजन्मे नमस्तं सुजन्मे नमो सर्वगौणे नमो सर्वभूमि नमो सर्वरंगे नमो सर्वभंगे नमो काले काले नमः सत्दयाले नमस्तं अवर्णे नमस्तं अमरणे नमस्तं जराणं नमस्तं कीर्तानं नमो सर्वतंदे नमो सतस अबंदे नमस्तं निर्साके नमस्तं निर्बाके नमस्तं रहीमे नमस्तं करीमे नमस्तं अनंते नमस्तं महंते नमः सत्यरागे नमस्तं सुहागे नमो सर्वसुखं नमो सर्वतोकं नमो सर्वकर्ता नमो सर्वहर्ता नमो जोग जोगे नमो भोग भोगे नमो सर्वव्यालो नमो सर्वपालो चाची छंद का प्रसाद अरूप है अनूप है अजू है आलोक है अपेख है अनाम है अकाम है अभे है अजूत है तिरमान है मैदान है तिरबर्ग है असर्ग है अनिल है अनाद है अजय है आजाद है अजम है अवर्ण है अभूत है अभरण है अगंज है अपंज है अजूझ है अजंग है अमूक है रफीक है अखंड है अबंग है निबूझ है असूझ है अकाल है अजाल है अला है अजा है अनंत है महंत है अलीक है निसीक है निर्लम है असम है अगम है अजम है अटूट है अछूत है अलोक है अशोक है अकर्म है अधर्म है अजीत है अभूत है अबा है आगा है अमान है निधान है अनेक है फिर एक है अमान है निदान है अनेक है फिर एक है यंग पर्यात छंद नमो सर्वमानी समस्ति निधानी नमो देव देवे अपेक्षी अपेरे नमो काल काले नमो सर्वपाले नमो सर्वगौणे नमो सर्वपाणे अनंगी अनाथे निसंगी परमाते नमो पान पाने नमो मान माने नमो चंद्र चंद्रे नमो पान पाने नमो गीत गीते नमो तान ताने नमो नृत्य नृत्य नमो नाद नादे नमो पान पाने नमो बाद बादे अनंगी अनामी समस्ति स्वरूपे प्रभंगी परमात्मे समस्ति विभूते कलंकं दिनाने कलंकी स्वरूपे नमो राज राजे स्वयं कर्म रूपे नमो जोग जोगे स्वयं कर्म सिद्धे नमो राज राजे स्वयं कर्म वृद्धे नमो शस्त्र पाणे नमो अस्त्र माणे नमो परम ज्ञाता नमो लोक माता अपेक्षी अपरमी अपोगी अपुगते नमो जोग जोगे स्वयं कर्म जुगते नमो नित्य नारायणी करूर कर्मे नमो प्रेत अप्रेत देवे सुधर्मे नमो रोग हरता नमो राग रूपे नमो साहं नमो पूप पूपे नमो दान दाने नमो मान माने नमो रोग रोगे नमस्तं सनाने नमो मंत्र मंत्रं नमो जंत्र जंत्रं नमो इष्ट इष्टे नमो तंत्र तंत्रं सदा सच्चिदानंद सर्वं प्रणासी अनूपे अरूपे समस्त निवासी सदा सिद्ध दा बुद्ध दा वृद्ध करता अदो ऊर्ध अर्धं अगं ओग हरता परं परम परमेश्वरं कोच पालं सदा सर्वदा सिद्ध दाता दयालं अच्छेदी अपेदी अनामं अकामं समस्त पराजी समस्त धामं तेरा जोड़ चाचरी छंद जले हैं थले हैं अबीत हैं अबे हैं प्रभु हैं अजू हैं आदेश हैं अवेश हैं भुजंग पर्यात छंद अगाधे आबादे आनंदी स्वरूपे नमो सर्वमाने समस्ति निधाने नमस्तं निर्नाथे नमस्तं परमात्मे नमस्तं अगंजे नमस्तं अभंजे नमस्तं अकाले नमस्तं अपाले नमो सर्वदेशे नमो सर्वपेशे नमो राज राजे नमो साज साजे नमो शाह शाहे नमो माहा माहे नमो गीत गीते नमो प्रीत प्रीते नमो रोक रोके नमो सोख सोखे नमो सर्व रोगे नमो सर्व भोगे नमो सर्व जीतु नमो सर्व प्रीतम नमो सर्व ज्ञानं नमो परमतानं नमो सर्व मंत्रं नमो सर्व जंत्रं नमो सर्व दृश्यं नमो सर्व कृष्णं नमो सर्व रंगे तिरभंगे अनंगे नमो जीव जीवन नमो बीज बीजे अखिजे अपिजे समस्तं प्रसिजे कृपालं स्वरूपे कुकर्मं प्रणासी सदा सर्वदारिद्र्य सिद्धं निवासे चरपत छंद तव प्रसाद अमृत कर्मे अमृत तरमे अखल जोगे अचल भोगे अचल राजे अटल साजे अखल कर्मं अलख कर्मं सर्वं दाता सर्वं ज्ञाता सर्वं पाने सर्वं माने सर्वं प्राणं सर्वं जुगता सर्वं जुगता सर्वं देवं सर्वं तेवं सर्वं काले सर्वं पाले रुआल छंद तव प्रसाद आद रूप अनाद मूरत अजोन पुरख अपार सर्व मान तिरमान देव तेव आद उदार सर्व पालक सर्व कालक सर्व को पुण्य काल जत्र तत्र विराज ही अवधूत रूप रसाल नाम थाम न जात जाकर रूप रंग न रेख आद पुरख उदार मूरत अजून आद असेख देश और न पेश जाकर रूप रेख न राग जत्र तत्र दिशा विशा हुए फैले अनुराग नाम काम बहीन पेखत ताम हुने जाहे सर्व मान सर्वत्र मान सदैव मानत ताहे
Inhale, come on up, and exhale and come out of the position. Stretch your legs out. Shake your legs out. Catch your breath. Whew. We used to do that we'd have 40-day sadhanas. I was talking when we were talking about that earlier with that meditation with the bowing drops of sadhana. So does anyone want to share their experience, anything kind of profound that came to you or something that you noticed or inspiring? Someone wants to do it for their 40-day meditation for 31 minutes a day. Nope. No takers, no comment. Everybody's like, wait, I haven't processed it yet. I'll tell you tomorrow.
I noticed a lot of resistance to it. That made me like green in the gills almost. instantly. And so I stayed with it for like maybe the first 5 minutes, and then I just kind of turned off my video and just did my own deep breathing. So I just want to congratulate everybody who stayed with it the whole time. That's a very challenging meditation. So good for all of you who stuck with it. That was awesome. Satnam.
I had a technical question. Are we just bowing during the Namo portion of it, or for those 8 beats out of every 10 beats? Is it like just when they're saying Namo, or is it the whole time? Yeah.
It would be because they're not always saying that the entire, if you were to do it for the whole 31 minutes, they're not saying that, but there is a certain rhythm, right? Where you go 1, 2, 3, 4, pause, and you keep that rhythm going.
Okay.
No matter
So
what they're
just
saying.
no matter what they're saying. Okay.
Exactly.
Yeah. Yeah, it was really painful. But good.
How many minutes did we do?
Say again?
How many minutes we did? How many minutes
How
now?
many minutes? 11 minutes.
Oh, okay. Thank you.
Okay.
Anybody else?
I just want to say thank you for introducing us to this, because I do bow down during my prayers, and so during the whole practice I was just relating it to that. So I just want to say thank you. Satnam.
Okay, thank you, Sapurik.
Thank you.
Great to have you with the inspiration to do that. That's a beautiful meditation, and it does take a while to get used to it, because it's not one that's used very often, but it can become very powerful when you do it. So, thank you. It's sort of like in that bhakti school, right? It's in that devotional genre, so to speak, where you're like chanting and being devoted and keeping that resonance of there's something more than just me, so to speak. So you're in that devotional space, and that's really what it's for, is to open yourself up to that devotional space. So we'll cover more on bhakti tomorrow. So, all right, so Chris is going to talk to you guys a little bit about karma and dharma. So Chris, why don't you get us started with that?
All right. This is a very interesting topic, and I'm sure that you guys are familiar with the terms karma and dharma. So I want you to take a pen and a pencil and write down the first thing that comes to your mind when you think about karma. Don't think too much. All right. Now, let's do the same with the concept of dharma. What did dharma mean to you? All right. So who feel like open to share? Who want to say, I think karma is this, or?
Can I share? So for karma, the first thing that comes to mind is a little saying that says, "It is in giving that we receive." That's the first thing that comes to my mind.
Mm-hmm. What else? Mm-hmm. Bethany?
I just wrote, what goes around comes around.
Very similar. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Amber?
I wrote like the effects that you experience from not following your path or your purpose.
That's karma.
Yes. Did you want me to
Mhm.
say Dharma?
No, karma first. Lynch?
Because I would say something to clear from my past subconscious, something that I haven't been able to, I don't know if the words, not rectify, it's not rectify, it's like to rid myself of that past history.
Okay. Julia?
I think that like what is meant to come back to you, or that which you meant to complete or revisit, like from not necessarily just this lifetime, but
That's Isa? No?
With karma is, yeah, kind of paying debt, paying something. When I did something and I'm paying, I have to pay. So, and it's like a kind of mortgage. And the dharma is when I paid off my mortgage, I'm free. So dharma is like little liberation later from this, from all debt, from all my kind of debt I did during my life, I mean previous life. So first word when it was about karma is the paying. The dharma is when I paid off. I'm free.
Okay. Anybody else? All right. I think we have similar points in common, or common points. Yes, is the karma is a cause and effect, right? We see that, but the karma can get a little bit more complicated in the way that we may have some effects that we have no idea what's the cause. So then the karma go to different layers. So we can have an instant karma. So we do something, we have the reaction right away. We have a karma that we see on time. We plant an avocado seed and we put water. 3 years later, maybe we want to have a fruit, right? So we cause something, later we receive the effect, right? So that's the physical karma that we can see, understand with the mind, and it's easy, right? But we have another kind of karma that it may be a little bit harder to recognize in the intellectual level. Let's say the collective karma, all right? Like what we create as a group, what we create as a nation, what we create as a species. So all these are karmas and actions that we're taking that we're going to have a consequence or a result. And sometimes we don't understand because we don't have that vision to see everything that we are doing in a global scale, right? And so what happened when we do something the last day we're alive? We did something very bad and we die. So we didn't give the universal life or this law to fulfill because we have to pay that, but we die. So that's when we have the concept of reincarnation. So we didn't cover that debt that Gaziza was saying. Yeah, we will have more time. All right. So we will have another chance to pay that or create another thing and then have it's a big wheel, right? That is always moving because we always gonna create something. Everything that we do, every action that we take, we're gonna have a consequence. The karma is not related with something good or bad. It's just a physical law. It's a cause. Everything has an effect, and can be very subtle also in energetic level, and that's why sometimes we don't understand pretty well how that works, like how the small kids die and they didn't do anything yet, why they have that pain, because there's a lot of things that we didn't see yet with our intellect. So it's a beautiful concept is very deep, and depending of the philosophy, they have a different connection with reincarnation or let's say dharma. So but we need to understand what everything that we do has an effect. All right. um so I want to know, I want to know the opinion of Valdev. Valdev.
The thing to remember about karma is the word karma basically means to do an action. So now you can do good actions or you can do bad actions. That's your choice, right? And then there's consequences to that, whether you do good actions or bad actions. So there's consequences to your actions. So the thing to remember is that it's not necessarily, I think what Chris said is that what you have to remember is that you don't necessarily get the reciprocal action of the consequence to you immediately. That it could take a lifetime or multiple lifetimes for that action to come back as a consequence. Or it's something that could happen automatically and right away. So and you have no control over it. It just is what it is. So, you have to make a conscious choice with your actions. And it's not just your actions, right? It's also your thoughts and your intentions. Because what is an action? We learned in the cycle of, I forget the name, that, first it's a thought and then it becomes an action, right? And in there is the emotion of that. So if you have the thought, it's the same thing as having the action. So even if you have a bad thought, that still goes on to the quote karmic record, because that thought then becomes an action. Even if you don't act on it, you've created the thought. So it's a complicated thing, as Chris had said.
I have a question.
Yeah.
So if your thoughts are not your own thoughts,
Really?
well, I think that was something I took away from the last time we got together.
I remember that.
Then are the thoughts that you're attracting because you're in a vibration to attract that thought?
Right.
Okay.
So your thoughts aren't your own thoughts, but you are attracting the thoughts because of where you're at in your time and space.
Okay, thank you.
And then it's your free will to determine how you're going to respond to that thought, whether or not you're going to act upon it and make it a physical manifestation. All right. So we'll get back to all this in a minute. Chris is going to take you down the path of Dharma for a second.
All right. Let's share a little bit what we put as Dharma. Who want to share?
I wrote actions or the deeds that we do, or also like maybe the seed that you sow.
And that's karma or dharma?
Dharma.
Dharma. Okay.
It can be the seed that you sow, but then if you relate it to karma, then it's what you do that comes out. So that's the karma. And then dharma is like the deeds that you do. So I'm just I related both. That's how I could understand dharma.
Emmanuel?
Yeah, I wrote like a harmonious, like complete action, like something that doesn't leave a residue. And got future, destiny, and like the teachings on there.
Okay. Anybody else?
Often take it to mean that anything that happens to you.
I don't know. I was thinking Dharma was a devotional path to connect to a higher frequency.
All right.
What I learned, and now I believe it's about karma, then the Baldev just mentioned about any action, which is thought, the words we say with a real action, physical action we do. If we do with in a past, with anything which doing along our purpose, our destiny, then it doesn't cause effect, consequences. It will be dharma. That's my understanding. So we couldn't stop doing actions. We couldn't stop thinking, having emotions, and having physical action. We will do. But if we'll do this in a good way, which will lead us, bring us to our destiny, and we're fulfilling our purpose, that will be dharma. So at this moment, this is my understanding of dharma.
All right. So I'm not a musician, but the concept is similar than imagine an instrument and you have the musician tuning in, right? Let's say a guitar. That moment when you physically adjust the instrument and you play the vibration perfect, that's dharma. When you use your instrument, which is your body, your mind, your soul, when you use everything in the perfect vibration is when you are in dharma. Okay, so that the feeling when we do something right and we have a full body experience. That's when you are doing something in your dharma, in your purpose. And it's a cliche now. Oh, find your purpose or do your purpose, but it's something vibrational. When you do something that is aligned with your vibration and your why you are here in life, then that's dharma. So there are some people in life that are have a beautiful life because what they do in life is aligned with their purpose. So those people are brilliant in what they're doing because it's not only the talent, the skill, but also the vibration that they're bringing to. So that's the dharma. So what happened? Dharma and karma can be on top of each other. We create action in the dharma, the results are going to be bliss. On in yogi tradition, they say samadhi, because this is aligning your spiritual purpose, your high frequency purpose, with your physical experience. That is alignment. So that's what I understand for dharma. So what do you think about that?
I think you got it. I think you got it right. I'm going to just share my screen with you, and we're going to watch a little cartoon, and hopefully it'll help you guys get a little bit clearer understanding of this concept. Now, this is from the Buddhist tradition, which is, started when about 400 BC in India. So it brings along a lot of the concepts that we're prevalent in India at the time, which include Dharma and Karma. So here we go.
Karma is one of those words, like Zen, that has entered our language without people really knowing what it means. People often take it to mean that anything that happens to you is the result of something you've done in the past. What goes around comes around, which is not quite what Buddhism says. To understand karma, we need to look at the Buddha's central insight, conditionality. The Buddha taught that everything we experience arises dependent upon conditions. Take, for example, a meal. A meal is dependent upon a lot of different conditions. The food being grown, the shop where the food is bought, the recipe, the oven, and so on. Take one of these conditions away and there is no meal. This doesn't just apply to food, but to all phenomena, from flowers to skyscrapers, from getting drunk to the stock market. All are dependent on conditions. In fact, everything is joined up in an infinite web of conditions. No things exist independently. In fact, what we call things are really more like processes. But things are not connected randomly. You need the right conditions to get a particular result. You wouldn't get drunk if you drank orange juice. You couldn't cook a meal by putting it in the fridge. There are laws that determine the relationships between what we call things. Buddhism sorts these laws into 5 different orders, called niyamas. No, not pajamas, niyamas. Thank you. First comes the Utu niyama, inorganic physical and chemical laws and processes, such as gravity, magnetism, the formation of stars and galaxies. Then the Bija niyama, organic biological laws and processes, such as the growth of a seed into a plant, photosynthesis, genetics. The Mano niyama, laws and processes such as perception and instinctual activity, such as the salmon finding their way home or migrating birds. Then we come to the Karma niyama, the law which governs the consequences of our choices. This is the realm of ethics. Finally, the Dharma niyama, mysterious, non-egoistic processes. In this context, we can see how karma does not determine everything that happens to us. For example, if we are unlucky enough to be around when an earthquake happens, it will be because of geological Utu niyama processes, not because we have done something wrong and the earthquake is our punishment. If we catch a cold, it is probably down to Bija niyama processes, as are the urge to eat or have sex. Reflexes and instincts we experience, such as fight or flight, are down to the Mano niyama. Karmic laws are ethical laws. They determine that if we act from a kindness, generosity and wisdom, the results will be largely positive for us and those around us, and result in us becoming a more fulfilled, contented person. Whereas acting from meanness, craving and delusion will result in suffering for ourselves and those around us, and lead us to becoming a discontented and selfish person. Why is this? According to Buddhism, much of our suffering derives from the delusion we hold that we exist as a fixed, separate self, rather than a flow of conditions, a process. And selfish acts reinforce this delusion, imprisoning us in ourselves, whereas positive acts of kindness loosen the bonds of self and make us feel more connected with others. Just like gravity, karma is built into reality. This really puts morality in a different light. Just as the law of gravity means that an apple will predictably fall to earth, so the law of karma means that our actions will predictably shape the people we become, for better or for worse. We should not act morally because of some external agent, such as God wants us to, or for sentimental reasons, or because of convention, but because we can rely on the fact that the actions we perform today will modify our minds, our characters, and our relationships into the future. The Buddha said, "I am the owner of my actions, heir to my actions, born of my actions." Whatever I do, for good or for evil, to that will I full heir. Karma really puts our life in our hands. So, whatever the situation we find ourselves in, we can use the law of karma to free ourselves from negative habits and grow to as yet unimagined heights. What's more, if we increasingly act from selfless motivation, our crude self begins to fade, and we begin to allow transcendental forces to move through us. The mysterious Dharma Nima processes. They are the processes which allow a Buddha to come into the world. But more on those in another video.
So did that help at all? Did that help to clear up some of the confusion for you all? I mean, it's a tough subject, and it's one that's been going on for ages. I mean, the first inkling of karma was back in, like 600 BC. That's when, way back when, they started talking about karma. And so this whole, it's, built upon itself generation upon generation upon generation of how karma and dharma interact with each other, and how it's important, to create good karma is by doing good acts. And as Chris said, if you can live to your purpose, it's like, how many times have you, lost a job, and the first thing the career counselor says to you is, well, what do you want to do in your life? What do you want to make out of yourself? Or what do you want, what excites you? It's like, it's those kind of things that we all constantly are reinventing and re-answering for ourselves over years and years until, we get to a point where this is the one I'm sticking to. This is who I am, right? This is my identity. This is where I feel my most juice. This is how I feel like I can serve, and serves others, and it serves me. And that becomes your dharma. And your dharma can be, I'm going to teach yoga, and that's your dharma. Or your dharma could be, I'm going to drive motorcycles, and that's your dharma. Or your dharma could be, I'm going to be a doctor, and that's your dharma. Or you can have, my dharma is, I'm going to teach yoga and I'm going to be a doctor, and that can be your dharma. It's like, it's nothing that says it has to be one thing. What it has to be is an alignment with your inner tuition that that is right for you. And that you're bringing with that a positive energy that serves in a way that brings you good acts, right? So your dharma, if you relate to your dharma and you say, this is my dharma, and your dharma happens to be that of a bank robber, and so you're out there robbing banks all the time, but that's your dharma, right? That's who you are. And that can't be taken away from you, because that gives you the juice, and that's who you feel like you have to be. But at the same time, it's creating bad acts. So then that karma, that bad act karma, comes rolling around down the road, and then the police show up, and now the karma of your bad acts of being your dharma is you're in jail. So it's like, it's like weaving this big web depending upon how you, how your dharma affects other people. So, any questions, comments, observations, thoughts, anything? Going once, going twice?
I have a question, but it doesn't relate to the karma. Karma is just practical one about sadhana tomorrow. I want to East Coast time, like Eastern Standard Time. So I last time I got a link to the Facebook group, but I couldn't get in. So
well, it's not a Facebook group. You just go to Balance Bethlehem.
Yeah, but I get there, but I couldn't know how to navigate to be in a sadhana room. So how to do this?
Just look for events or courses or classes. Just look for classes, and it'll be listed.
Yeah, I went up to that point and I couldn't understand that it says that going to the Zoom class, so I should go to the Zoom class. Oh, I couldn't understand because I was getting a Facebook group, then it will be like will be on Facebook.
All right, Gaziza, stay after and we'll go through it together.
Okay, thank you.
Stavrula, you wanted to say something?
I was curious about the Dharma video as well, because that is what is a little confusing in my mind.
Okay.
I don't fully understand it. Yeah, even though I've read about it for 20 years, but I don't fully understand it.
Okay, which parts do you understand?
Like, to me, Dharma is a path and work that you do. That's it.
Okay. And like, exactly. So like if your path and your work is to be a bank robber, and you feel like that's your path and your work, then that's your Dharma. But your actions as a bank robber creates negative karma. But that's your Dharma. That's who you are. That's what gives you juice. That's what you feel like how you can serve yourself and those around you is by being a bank robber.
Is it one Dharma we all have, like, or is it something that changes over the course of our life?
For me, I think it changes over the course of a life. I think for other people, it's very clear and straightforward. And I think that just happens to be, you know, how clear you are on who you are and what your strengths and weaknesses are and where you get your inspiration and where you can serve however it is you're supposed to serve. So I don't think there's any clear thing. I mean, I think when you look at it from a spiritual point of view, you're like, your Dharma is to open yourself up to the infinite so that you can serve the infinite in yourself and in others, right? So that's where that Dharma comes as a teacher, is to open yourself up to that infinite and to serve that infinite in yourself and others. But on a physical level, your Dharma might be, you know, the violin player. It might be the motorcyclist that runs races every Saturday and Sunday. It just depends. That doesn't mean you can't have multiple paths within that. But is your consciousness while you're doing those multiple paths the same as bringing yourself to the infinite and serving the infinite with your energy and your juice?
Okay, thank you.
Anything else out there, guys? Ladies, gentlemen, anybody? Okay. Emmanuel?
I'm just gonna ask if you could post the link to the video.
Oh, sure. Yeah. Let me just grab it real quick.
Luz just sent a message that she's not able to log in to our Zoom, just so you know.
Okay. Now, just, you know, as I said before, it's like this is from the Buddhist perspective, but a lot of it is still based on, you know, the same concepts that were in India at that time. So they're still pretty relevant to the things we're talking about.
I have a question.
Yeah.
So if your Dharma is to be a bank robber, is that really your Dharma? Or is that something that you're subjecting onto yourself because that's what you want to do? Because is it not that Dharma is a higher vibration, but doing something like that is not as high a vibration?
Well, Dharma doesn't necessarily mean vibration.
Okay.
Dharma is what you do. It's a
Okay. That clears that up. Thank you. I'll definitely.
okay. And I kind of just use that as an example of, you know, two extremes of the same action, so to speak. Okay. All right. Let's inhale for a minute. Exhale. Now the next thing we're going to talk about is the soul and the subtle body, which is in your book. And we're going to just kind of break that down a little bit. So if you have the new manual, which most of you do, it's on page 236. And then we'll break it down a little bit. So our soul, not the limited ego, chooses to be born. Our infinite soul, in harmony with the universal soul, chooses to be incarnated. The parents, the longitude, the latitude, and the time are chosen. The universal mind records and holds the patterns of the psyche. Our subtle body carries some of these patterns. When we incarnate, we come to earth as a soul encapsulated by the subtle body. Our soul is our true self, our original self. The subtle body not only encapsulates the soul, it also provides each individual with unique manifestation. Each soul has been granted by the universal self a specific and unique purpose in the universal plan. Our developed and undeveloped unique abilities or patterns are carried in the subtle body. When the subtle body carries many limiting patterns, our soul cannot radiate brightly and direct the self. The soul returns again and again, remembering little, forgetting and then remembering until the destiny task is manifested. Each being has a very unique destiny to fulfill which no one else can complete. Imagine a concert with 40 musicians. Each musician plays specific music with unique melodies and with unique tempo. Together, all musicians create a beautiful symphony containing harmony, rhythm, life, and feeling. It is similar to our earthly concert. Each person is playing an instrument and is destined to play a specific melody with a unique tempo. We reincarnate again and again until we tune in and create harmony in the concert, and the concert is love and service. All right, so let me just check something here. Did I lose my stuff? I did. Hold on just a second, folks. So what I want to do is read you some quotes. All right, so these are some quotes about the soul. Your soul is the individual expression of spirit. It contains the basic nuclear energy of you, your foundational self. The projectivity of the magnetic field of the soul is always at the same frequency wherever it exists. It's called the lifeline. The soul is constant. The soul does not progress spiritually. With the light of the soul, the mind progresses spiritually, and so do the 10 bodies. The soul is everywhere in the body, but you cannot pinpoint it. You can pinpoint your heart, your lungs, your kidneys, your head, and your brain. You can understand the location and function of everything, but the soul, which is making everything function, cannot be pinpointed. It is and it is not. That's why the soul is God and God is the soul. The relationship of the love which Guru Nanak has taught us is like the relationship of the soul and life. Without life there is no soul, and without the soul there's no appearance of life. The soul is in every part of life as the beloved is in every part of the lover. When you are in a state of the neutral mind, soul is like a chandelier switched on over you. Communication of soul is just the light. You are lit up by it. You are consciously, supremely acknowledged when you are in the state of neutral mind. Soul does not have to communicate. Soul is a kind of light of the infinite wisdom in the being. Whenever a person meditatively reaches the neutral mind, he or she receives the totality of life, and that is what you call the communication of the soul to the self. Soul is silent. Soul is not going to determine anything. What is the difference between a spiritual person and an ordinary person? A spiritual person obeys the will, and an ordinary person obeys the mind. Dharma and consciousness and soul are in the same bracket. Okay, so let me stop that. All right, so any thoughts on any of that? Questions about any of that? Everything is clear and clairvoyant? Do you want to look at them again? All right, so the interesting about the soul is that it's always there, right? And the soul is always there. It's always a part of you. It's always around you. And the way to communicate with the soul is by having the neutral mind, right? So isn't that what one of these said? It's like the soul is everywhere in the body, but you cannot pinpoint it. That's why the soul is God and God is the soul. The relationship of love with Guru Nanak has taught us like the relationship of the soul and life. Without life, there is no soul, and without the soul, there's no appearance of life. When you're in the state of neutral mind, soul is like a chandelier switched on over you. Communication of the soul is the light. You are lit up by it. You are consciously, supremely acknowledged. When you're in the state of neutral mind, soul does not have to communicate. Soul is the kind of light of the infinite wisdom in the being. So what does that mean? Soul is kind of a light of the infinite wisdom in the being. Whenever a person meditatively reaches the neutral mind, he or she receives the totality of life, and that is what you can call the communication of the soul to the self. Any thoughts? So when you're in the neutral mind, you can communicate to the soul, and the soul communicates to you. What does that mean?
I think that it means that you are connected to divinity through that space of the neutral mind, which is allowing passage of the soul to connect with the neutral mind and then thus connect with divinity. That's my thoughts.
When you say thus connect with divinity, what's the difference between soul and divinity?
Nothing, really.
Okay.
I don't think, it's, if we're one and the same, right? God and me and God are one.
Exactly.
Then it's
Exactly.
okay.
Thanks for bringing that up. That's a very simple way to look at it. It's like God and me and God are one, right? So that meditation, God and me and God are one, it's a very simple meditation, but very powerful because it connects you with your infinite, with that infinite that is always there, with that soul. connects you with the soul. And the soul is undying, right? So the soul exists even if you don't exist, the soul exists. How's that for a concept? So the thing that's nice about the soul is it gives you that gift to be that, the things that we've often said many times is that you're always a spiritual being, which means you're always the soul. And it's by the gift of all your karmas that you've made it into this human body. And so the soul has a chance to play in this playground called human body. And some places in the scriptures and some places in your book it says that the angels wish that they could have a human body so that their soul could play in the human body. Because that's one thing that the angels don't get, is they get soul, but they don't get any physical realm, right? So what's going through your heads right now? Stravula?
Is there anything regarding the higher soul in the Kundalini thought? I'm just curious.
What's a higher soul?
So the way, like, I guess, so for me, when I'm meditating, it's like a vision. Like I will connect with something way above my head that I just consider that like the higher soul, the actual, I guess it's the actual soul, but, and then that is the infinite that Lynn was saying.
So the soul is connected to the subtle body, okay? So let's just talk about the subtle body for a minute. So the subtle body is transparent. It's the ninth body, right? It's transparent, it's etheric, and well, subtle. Did you guys see this? Can you guys see the screen? No.
No.
Let me share this screen with you. I know it's pretty heavy stuff to have right at the end of the day, but that's just the way the schedule worked out. All right, so the subtle body is transparent, etheric, and well subtle. It is vast and contains much wisdom and the knowledge of the infinity. The subtle body is also called the ninth body, has a very close relationship to the soul. It is said the soul, it is said to carry the soul gently on when it leaves this lifetime. When your subtle body is strong, you are very calm and have enormous finesse and intuition. You have a refinement in speech and understanding and learn things very easily. There is an intuitive, open grace and ease about your demeanor. When your subtle body is weak, you are awkward and easily misled. You may be gullible and crude in your speech. In his book, Waves of Healing by Dr. Siri Atma, makes a great point in the connection between the soul and the subtle bodies and what the subtle body really does. He says that the soul may say that taking a certain action is good. The subtle body will then examine the soul's suggestion and make a refinement to the plan, tweaking the path. Let's see. All people born in September or born on the 9th, the 18th, or 27th of the month will do especially well to strengthen their subtle body, according to numerology. Subtle body is number 9. How can you strengthen your subtle body? Subtle body connects the element of ether. One of the mantras that connects one to the ether element is Sa Re Sa Sa. And the words of this mantra are Sa Re Sa Sa, Sa Re Sa Sa, Sarang, Hare Har Har, Hare Har Har, Hare Har Har, Harang. Sa is the totality of the infinity and an extremely subtle energy. Har is the energy of creation manifested in its energy roots to the earth, connects to the etheric realm and helps strengthen it within you, manifesting as your subtle body. This mantra helps with the refinement of communication, which also strengthens the subtle body. Speaking kindly strengthens the subtle body. The subtle body kriya for refinement strengthens the body. Doing a 1,000-day practice strengthens the subtle body. And so on and so forth. So the subtle body is kind of housed in, the soul is kind of housed in the subtle body. So as we go through life, we can affect the subtle body through meditation, right? Which then allows us, once we become sensitive to the subtle body, allows us to have that communication to the soul, and the soul communicates to us. So it's a very complicated situation. And the way to manifest that communication is by deep meditation and by meditating consistently. You know, it recommends 1,000 days with the meditation. And, you know, even if the meditation's only 11 minutes, it's the consistency of doing it for 1,000 days that changes that pattern and opens up that channel. So, does anybody have any questions about the soul?
I just wrote it in the chat, but I was wondering if you could share that document with us.
Yeah.
maybe
Yeah.
Thank you.
That document, where'd that document go?
Does the subtle body have its own independent intelligence?
Well, intelligence comes from the mind, right?
Yes. But it's saying how it's choosing.
And the subtle body is outside the mind. So the subtle body goes beyond the mind. It's not part of the physical body. So you guys, we went through the 10 bodies last time, right? We explored the 10 bodies last time. And so this is body number 9, which is the subtle body. And it's all those things that, you know, like when you build your aura and you make your aura strength, or you're building your arc line. And it's all those things like when you walk into that room and all of a sudden you're feeling something that's not right. That's the subtle body reacting to the environment. And that communicates itself through these sensitivity of how you are. Because the same person could be standing next to you and not have that feeling because they don't have that sensitivity. And so as you develop your strength through meditation to expand your sensitivity, then you also expand your sensitivity to these different bodies that are a part of you. And some people have more of that than others, and so they don't meditate as much as you might have to. And other people have no sensitivity to it, and so for them, if they want that sensitivity, have to meditate a lot, because it's all about developing that neutral mind so that you can open yourself up to those channels. That's like what those quotes said, right? When you develop the neutral mind, you can communicate to the soul. Because now you're opening yourself up to that space where you're not making a decision based on positive, and you're not making a decision based on negative. You're in that neutral space where everything is just kind of there, and you're just kind of in that state where you're just there observing everything. And that's when the strength of the subtle body can come through, and so that's when the strength of the soul can come through. And the other thing that helps to open yourself up to the soul and to the subtle body is the things like we did today that you did, opening yourself up to those higher vibrations, doing japji, right? Doing the bowing mantra, or just bowing in general, learning how to bow within yourself. Chanting Om Namo Gurudev Namo. I bow to the Creator. I bow to those teachers before me. Opening yourself up to the greaterness that is around you, and not just focusing on what can I do for myself and how can I relate just to myself. It's like, how can you relate to things beyond yourself? And those spaces in time and space that are actually beyond yourself. It's like when you do a deep, deep meditation and you inhale and you hold that sacred space and you hold that shunya, that silence, right? And time and space stops. At that point, that's when you have the alignment of your subtle body. And you have the alignment of communicating with your soul. And so at those points, when those points become strong, when that, like, you're sitting with that straight spine and you're sitting with that quietness and there's no vibration other than yourself, and your time and space has stopped, that's when that clear channel of communication between you and your soul takes place. And that's why we keep trying to recommend that you meditate and meditate and meditate, so that you can get past the physical experience of meditating and get into the subtle experience of meditating. Right? So it's like there's the action of meditating, and then when you stop the action of meditating and you take that deep breath, even if it's only for that 1 second, that 1 second becomes that most precious moment in your life, because time and space stops. And that's where you reach, even if it's only for a second, quote unquote, nirvana, right? Samadhi. And when you're in those states, that's when that communication comes to you.
I have a question.
Yeah.
So if that's when the lines of, or that's when you can communicate with the soul, so then it's not coming with words, is it? Like, because that's the mind, right?
No, it comes with intuition. It can come with words.
Okay.
It's going to come like, oh, now I know what to do. It's like, all of a sudden, I've been wrestling with this problem for days and days and days. Now I meditate and I get myself in this nice state, and all of a sudden clarity comes to me, and now I know what to do.
Okay.
Right?
Yeah.
And that's where you're aligned, because now you're in the neutral mind, and all that subconscious stuff that's going on, that's trying to help you solve all those issues, right? Comes, and that clarity comes through.
Okay. Thank you, Balda.
And that's really, why we ask you to do sadhana every day, so that you can, get past just the physical part of it and get to that subtle part of it, so that you can open yourself up and clean out that subconscious and allow yourself to hear that clarity within you. Because once we do that, then we can repeat the process. And then as your day and your time and your space moves on forward, you have a tool that you can use to bring yourself back to that connection. And that's what, you know, the purity of doing sadhana on a regular basis can bring to you. So, all right. Any questions? Anything that anybody needs? I know you want that document. I think we'll email it to you because I have it as a Word document, so sharing it won't help you at all get it, I don't think. So we'll email it to you. Right. Okay. Anything else? So, I'm going to ask one more set of questions. Chris, go ahead. Chris, are you there?
Yeah. Sometimes well, Dave is.
You're breaking up, Chris. We can barely hear you. It's really bad connection, Chris. All right, so. Yeah, we're going to pass on you for now, Chris. We'll try it in a few minutes. All right, so I'm going to ask each of you to give me one word for today. Just one word of your experience today, whatever you want to bring out. One word you're going to take away from today. One word. Stravula?
I need time to think. Can you come back to me? Call me off guard.
Okay. Lynn?
I would say insightful.
Great. Gaziza?
Wow. I do usually
One word. One word.
wow.
Okay. Julia?
Reinforcement.
Thank you. Luz?
Helpful.
Okay. Great. Amber, thank you. Luz? Amber? One word.
Emotional.
Thank you. Bethany?
Devotion.
Thank you. Emmanuel?
Grateful.
Stravula?
Humble.
Thank you. Chris?
Big picture.
Thank
Everyone.
you. And for me, it was enlightening. So,
Rizwana didn't go.
oh, yeah. Who didn't go?
Rizwana.
Oh, is she here? Oh, yeah. Sorry. Rizwana. I'm sorry.
Content.
Content. Okay, great. Fantastic. All right. So, just to do a little wrap up, we have sadhana tomorrow. Emmanuel and Julia and Gaziza. Is Gaziza going to be in the east or the west?
Amber.
And Amber.
Yeah.
So we have 4 people in the east and everybody's in the west. Starts at 4 o'clock. And Gaziza, just stay on and we'll make sure you know how to get on to Balance Bethlehem correctly. Any questions about tomorrow? Who's nervous? Amber's nervous. Julia's a little nervous.
I'm nervous about like just my circadian rhythm.
Oh, I had a question, Sadhari. How long is the yoga part?
Yeah, so they have yoga. They have a total of 40 minutes, 35 minutes to fit all the Kriya from tune in, the end of the Kriya, and then 5 minutes of deep relaxation.
Okay. All right.
I have a question about that.
Yeah.
So like the Kriya includes a deep relaxation. So do you do that one and then one at the end as well?
You're doing disease resistance? Yeah. The layout in disease resistance is separate from the layout at the end. They're not the same. One's part of the Kriya and one's part of the completion of the Kriya.
Okay, got it. Thanks.
Okay. Sadhari, you have anything else?
You've had a very full day. I'm going to be sending you email with kind of the things, some of the things we talked about today, and also some things to kind of just help you kind of just give a look at before tomorrow if you want to, so that you're kind of prepared what we're going to go through tomorrow. And let's see, I think that's it. We have, I think, yeah, we have everybody's phone numbers and texts. So those of you reading, you know, you'll hear from Baldev or myself if you need any guidance, either in chat or in text. Yeah, so we're looking forward to seeing you, and we'll do feedback at
10 o'clock.
7
o'clock. 7 o'clock, 10 o'clock.
East Coast will be 10. For West Coast, it'll be 7. So we'll be doing sadhana feedback when we come back to the training, not directly after the sadhana. So you'll have your hour break before we start the training tomorrow.
Or 3 hours break or 4 hours break if you're on the East Coast.
Okay.
Or if you want to do 2 sadhanas, you can just pick up, you know, finish one and start the other. You know, you're welcome to do that too. If you're like really gung-ho, you can like do 2 sadhanas.
Yeah. Does anybody have any questions before we close out today?
I do.
Okay, let's hear it.
Yeah, which Kriya I supposed to be teaching tomorrow?
You mean for the practicum?
Can you hear me?
You mean for the practicum?
Yeah.
You mean for the sadhana?
Yeah. I'm supposed to be teaching the Kriya.
Okay, it's the Kriya for disease resistance, right? Is that the one we're teaching?
Yeah, you've been given that email a couple of times, Luz. Do you need it again?
No, or I have it, but I just misunderstood.
Yeah, so it's disease resistance Kriya is what you're teaching tomorrow for sadhana.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right, anything else? All right, let's end with a long time sunshine. Bring your hands together. Inhale deeply. Exhale. Inhale deeply. May the long time sun shine upon you, all love surround you, and the pure light within you guide your way on. May the long time sun shine upon you, all love surround you, and the pure light within you guide your way on. Guide your way on. Guide your way on. Inhale. Satnam, oh Guru Ramdas, bless these sacred people. Let them find their souls. Let them communicate with their souls in a way that uplifts them, that gives them courage, that gives them strength, that helps them to find their purpose and their path, that allows them to expand themselves beyond their own limitations, so that they can serve humanity with grace, with dignity, with that spark of light that makes them shine so bright, so that all those that come into contact with them know that they are in presence of the divine and that the divine is in their presence. Satnam.
Thank you.
Thank you all.
Thank you. Satnam.
Satnam, see you tomorrow.
Okay, sounds good.
Thank you.
We're staying on though to help with Balance Bethlehem, right? With for Giziza.
Yeah, I'm just going to get the website up on the screen.
Okay.
All right, so let me share the screen. So you get to Balance Bethlehem, right? Balance Bethlehem. Okay. Take a class, join a class, go to join a class. Go to Sunday. Click on Aquarian Sadhana. Zoom Classroom, click on that, and you'll be there.
Satnam, thank you very much. Because,
Okay.
I was confused. It was a different distribution when I was going through the Facebook group. And also, Emmanuel, he sent me the Zoom link. Emmanuel, he sent me already. So I'll try the both way, and I hope I will be there. Because last time...
I'm not sure you have a Zoom link for Balance Bethlehem because I haven't set up the class yet.
Yeah, that's strange, but during like
The Zoom link may be for the West Coast.
Yeah, we only have the link for we only have the website Balance Bethlehem for Sadhana.
Yeah, all you do is go to the website Balance Bethlehem. There's no Zoom link that's been assigned to that sadhana.
You can check in the chat the Emmanuel. He sent me.
When I went to Balance Bethlehem, I clicked the link to go to Sunday's sadhana, and it pops the Zoom link in your web browser at that time. So I just copy that link and paste it in the chat for Giziza. If you're gonna set it up with a different meeting ID, which will get linked to the website later, then that link that I sent may not be the right one.
Right.
If you set it to your personal ID, then it might always be that, but I don't know what'll happen. So that's all I know.
Yeah.
Okay.
Most likely it won't work because I won't set up the meeting until tomorrow.
So it's every time it could be new Zoom link because it's different people guiding the sadhana. So I
Right.
see. Thank you very much.
Okay.
Satnam.
Anything else? We're all good?
Fine.
All right, take care. Thank you, everybody. Enjoy. Thanks, Chris. You got to get faster internet, Chris. You got to beat up your provider and get faster internet.
I don't know what can I do.
It's so hard, man. I mean,
I know.
you're talking and then you're like a frozen monkey.
Well, I hope that now the Mercury retrograde give us a green light, and then that also help us with the internet.
All right, cool.
All right.
You.
All right, take care.